Who is here? Please let me know if you can hear me. As I have my AirPods on. As usual, we're gonna wait a little bit for people to come in. Oh, see what happens. When I start, there's a delay because I have the playback for myself. But I'm talking when the live hasn't even started. It's weird because I started right at 10 o'clock, which is not usually normal, but everything has a time and a place. So I start asking questions and I realize when I'm looking at my iPad to go check the chat, the live hasn't started yet for everybody else. So there's always some sort of delay. Anyway, I don't know if I don't think anybody's putting anything in the chat because I don't see anything in the chat. Yeah, so, hey, Jason. There's Jason. I was like, Jason's here. I feel him. We'll give it a few minutes. Let everybody come settle in. How's everybody doing? What have you been up to? Are you ready for Halloween? This is going to be interesting because I know the veil's getting thinner and thinner and thinner by the day, and it's a little scary. I think some of you may be feeling people who've crossed over or who've passed on very strongly like I have, and I think some family members are feeling the same thing. But anyway, yeah, so thank you, Jason, for the compliment. I was going to wear another Halloween shirt. Look, my hue is not across my boobs, so let me fix that. Miami is playing FSU. I do have the game across the way from me so that the score stays the same in this. Well, there's 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, so let's just hold it to that. I did go to the University of Miami for part of my university career. I was originally going to be a doctor, and I got into their very prestigious pre-med program as a freshman. Everything. I did have a full ride to public colleges, but because UM is private, I only got 75% of my tuition paid. But hey, it's better than nothing because private school is expensive. It was expensive then. So it's kind of funny because both of my younger sisters attended Florida State University and I attended University of Miami. So this is a big game in the family. And it looks like Miami's going to be 8-0, which is great. The U, right? So I'm excited. So I was like, you know what? Let me keep my University of Miami shirt on. So it's a little bit bittersweet because it reminds me of my first couple of years of college there. I had a very memorable freshman year and met so many people. It's kind of funny because freshman year was the first time that I had a boyfriend, which is funny in itself. I have a cousin who calls it tragic, which I think is hysterical. But anyway, hi, Eric. Welcome. Thanks for being here. But anyway, I know people are going to be lurking in the shadows, which is what always happens, but I'll just give it another couple seconds before I start to get into channel. Actually, no. My guides, I remember Archangel Michael's reminding me, if you guys remember from the last time, and those of you who are part of my private live streams, we got to do this. So I'm going to wait a little bit before we do the Archangel Michael prayer before we start this, because practically everything I do nowadays is going to require that. So, what else is going on? What else is going on, guys? Okay, I just heard I can go ahead and start. So that's what we're going to do. Because either way, people may play this back later or they'll just hop on. That tends to happen as these things progress. I know that probably there are Halloween parties going on, is what they're telling me, because it is the last weekend before Halloween, since Halloween happens on a Thursday, right? Yeah. So who knows how long this will go. You guys, some of you guys know These lives tend to be pretty lengthy, but let's see how this goes this time around. Light the fire. Okay, as you can see, you can't really see it on the camera because of the way I have my camera positioned, but we've got Archangel Michael lit. He's lit up right here. So what you're being encouraged to do, yes! Touchdown, Miami. Look, okay, we're good. We are good. We're done. Yes, sorry. Why am I apologizing? I need to say sorry for that shit. That would have come out different. I get very passionate when I am watching football, so yeah. I go bonkers. I go more bonkers in Dolphins games than anything. And this is going to be something tomorrow, man, because Tua's coming back into the fold. I'm just going to light a candle for that guy and for the team. And I'm having hope, right? This whole live stream is supposed to be about hope because a lot of people, a lot of you really need to find that hope. There's a lot of hopelessness that I've been feeling for the past couple of days. It does tie into the veil getting thinner. We're feeling other things. Okay, so, oh wait, did they call that back? What are they doing? No, it's 29/7. Anyway, whatever. This is to encourage everybody for hope. And it's funny because I was a little hesitant to put my thumbnail with the text that I did. You don't need a damn reading. It's funny because I was going to put you don't need a reading, but Archangel Michael's coming in. So no, Jess. Be real here. Don't be all like super nice and sugarcoating and shit. Because Archangel Michael's the badass. We all know this. Right? And a lot of other archangels are badasses too. Like Archangel Nathaniel. There's like a whole bunch of... Raphael can actually get into that mode too. Metatron is a badass because Metatron is Archangel Michael's twin, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, when Archangel Michael speaks to me, and he's like, no, you keep the word damn in there. Just because you are a light worker, spiritual teacher, whatever you want to call it, on many things, does not mean that my language has to match that, meaning being the rainbows, unicorns, fluffy person, okay? No judgment, no knock on those who do this type of work. And they're very soft and gentle. Yeah, I think people are starting to kind of forget that divine feminine Christ's energy does have a lot of power. But I mean power like with words, okay? With passion. With assertiveness, not aggressiveness, that's distorted energy, with some sort of punch in there, right? Divine feminine energy, like if you look at the Empress in tarot, like she's sitting there, she's got a beautiful robe, she's abundant, she's got this beautiful hillside, whatever the heck she's in, and looking regal, right? Looking like awesome. She may look all innocent and snuggly and shit, but I bet you $1 million she's got a way with words. I'm hearing she's got a way about her, right? Billy Joel. I don't know what it is. I love that song. It's a beautiful song. She's got this personality that it will come out of her, that fire will come out of her when it needs to. Right? She doesn't take shit from anybody. And again, I'm saying she because when we look at the Empress in tarot, it's a female, right? But this could be the divine feminine side of a man too, okay? Of a male. So I guess there's a reason why I'm channeling this because, you know, with feminine energy, it's tapping into that almost like raw nature, which, and a lot of women are predominantly feminine. That's their main role. A lot of them are a little bit afraid to tap into that. And when women tap into that type of power, that type of energy, like this in your face energy, but not in a narcissistic way, not in a condescending way. It's more like in your face, like, yeah, man, like don't underestimate my power, my intellect, my drive, whatever it is. And especially men or other people get intimidated by that. right? And then when that happens, that's when some of those women in power, whatever, there's more sabotage, there's more letdowns, like meaning there's a lot of backlash that comes with that, a lot of judgment. Okay. So anyway, that wasn't what I was planning to channel, but that's what they want me to say. You know, you can look like Aphrodite, you can look like a goddess, right? But if you think about goddesses, they were badasses too. From what I understand, I don't really know of any goddess, you know, if you want to look at Greek, Roman, Nordic mythology, who they're really like meek and feeble and fragile and let me play it safe. No, man, you goddesses have power, right? The gods have power, right? It's like we have that godly like nature within us, and we have to utilize it to our advantage, but for the light, not for the dark. Okay, so oh, Jason, I just read you just called on him on your walk, so he's here now. Yeah, but anyway, so without further ado, I'm going to say this prayer. Now, what you can do is say it out loud after me. You can say it internally. It doesn't matter. If you feel like you don't want to recite this prayer, that's okay too. The fact that I am reciting this is going to be enough, but it will help the collective, SAC. Yes, it's over. We will help the collective better by joining in together and allowing the power of this prayer to protect us more. But remember, we also have to protect ourselves too, and to allow us to tap into the highest frequencies possible, so that I can better channel the highest messages that you guys need to hear. But this could also pertain to Archangel Michael helping you to really see the truth, hear the truth, not just listen to it, and be open-minded to it, so that it can help you to be in your truth and to walk your path of truth. And it also helps open portals where you're able to channel other messages on your own, where it's not always coming from me. Okay? So I'm going to start this prayer now. So here we go. You know what? I think this is a test for me, because my Archangel Michael's kind of preparing me for something before I recite his prayer, because of the title that I put, right? Because usually my last live that I did, the title had channel messages and reading, right? And so this will probably end up, people will pass this over because, oh, there's no reading. Oh, there's, you know, it's just channel messages. Oh, it's only going to be about hope or whatever. It's not going to be about my person. It's not going to be about something else or whatever. But it's kind of funny because if people are really dismissing what they're really needing, and needing something that is coming from them, because everything I channel comes from them. It comes from the higher realms. Okay, I'm very strongly connected to that, but I had to work very hard and sacrifice a lot to be able to tap into those frequencies, that energy, to get those messages. You know, not everything has to be done with cards, right? Usually people who get very advanced, they don't need a lot of cards to do anything. Now, if they tell me to pull something, then great. But I am obedient. I do. Oh my God, is he running all the way? Keep going, man. Oh, no. No. See what happens when I put football games on channeling? My Archangel Michael's laughing at me. He's like, no, don't apologize internally, because you wanted to watch the game and this is nice. Anyway, so I'll flat out say right now, like, I know this is a test, because I'm going to just say that my guides had me check to see what my total views were with my last live, and it was pretty high, considering based on all the other live streams I did for months before I left my channel, right? Or I stopped posting or recording, or I stopped doing lives on that channel. And it was like a much larger turnout, so to speak, or more people watched it. And I know I'm like going through something. As I said last week, I've been going through a tremendous amount of tests. I went through a couple more today. And how I handled things really, really just helped me to realize how far I've come. So, but I know this is a whole bunch of, this is also a test for everybody else, because we're coming into some very challenging times. We're dealing with a Mars opposition to Pluto right now. And for some people it's going to be rough. And there's going to be changes that are going to happen whether you like it or not. They could be really stellar or not. Okay? But the thing is, no matter what happens, we all have to have hope. Not just for ourselves, but for everybody else. So let's go recite the prayer, and then I will start channeling whatever they want me to say. Again, you can say this out loud or internally. It's up to you. Here we go. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all evil spirits who wander throughout the world for the ruin of souls. Amen. All right. Oh man, look at that. They're on the Intercoastal in Miami, and they're showing the like mansions on there and the boat docks and stuff. Oh, it's gorgeous out there. Anyway, they had me look at that for a reason. So Archangel Michael, he's still going to be lit during the whole time, guys. So we're going to put him here. Oh, before I start, I don't know, Jason, if you feel drawn to kind of throw this out there every now and again. If you feel drawn to donate to my work, what I am disseminating here, I do have 3 options to submit donations in the description box. I've added my Cash App now to that. So there's Cash App, there's Zelle, and there's PayPal. If you feel led to support what I am doing, may it be returned to you tenfold, 1,000-fold if you do. The other thing is, anyone who's watching this, I may have to repeat this later on, but, and I'm not gonna lie, I was told, hi Alexander, welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before, but that's funny because that's my son's middle name. How are you? How are you, Alexander? How you doing? Thank you for being here. I was reluctant to do this, but my guides have asked me to do it. For this also applies to people who've already done this. They're telling me to give out a free reading. I know this sounds crazy, to people who sign up for my newsletter. This is not a free reading here. If you sign up for my newsletter at a double, okay. I had to burp, that's why. My new channel, my new website is 𝗷𝗃𝗀𝗄𝗏𝗂𝗋ₛ.com. If you sign up to that, my newsletter to that, you will get a free reading. Those of you who've already signed up for my newsletter, you are included in that. I do have your email, so it will be sent to you via email. For anyone who is new, you will get and this is kind of weird because I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm feeling a little bit hesitant because I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to do that. But my guides are like, no, just trust us. So if you sign up for the newsletter, okay, again, everything's in the description box. I know this is confusing because I am doing a live on my Capella Wellness channel. Capella Wellness is done. That is the old Jess, okay? I started that at a different frequency of Jess at that time. Aldebaran is now at a much higher level. So I am working off of that space. But because I can't do live streams on 𝗟𝗻𝗀 Ascension just yet, they're having me go back to utilize that feature here, so I can continue to do some of my uh, channeling in a public platform. But I do private live streams quite a few times a month outside of YouTube. It's the energy is very different. The channeling is slightly different, and we are done. We got it in the bag. The channeling is very different, but the power and the energy that you get is going to be greater than what you normally get when I'm doing these messages, these channeling live streams on YouTube. So if you're interested in being part of that, you can sign up for a membership that I have for 𝗟𝗻𝗀 Ascension, so that you can be part of at least a monthly live stream. We all get together on Zoom, and there's a lot of fun there. Sometimes I'll surprise people with like private readings for everybody. It depends what I'm guided to do, but it's more of we're getting together to like really boost up the energies and really better support the collective. And like I said, they're on Zoom and stuff like that. So you have that option for signing up for a membership or a mentorship plan where you get one-on-one coaching with me. Usually it's, depending on the plan, it's twice a month or 4 times a month, where we engage just us for your greater good and to help you on your journey. If you sign up for those mentorship plans, you can also be part of live streams. I am having a Halloween party on October 30th. It is Zoom. It's a virtual Halloween party. I am going to be doing free readings there. There's some like dirty cards that I have that I'm going to pull out because those are a lot of fun. I'm going to give out prizes as well, and we're going to do like a ritual, because the veil is going to be the thinnest at this time, and it's going to be very, very, very powerful. You're encouraged to dress up in a costume or whatever as well, if you're guided. So I have tickets to that. If you go to my 𝗟𝗻𝗀 website, everything, again, the links are in the description box. You will be able to go to the online events section of the website and purchase your ticket. If you want to join in on that, it's going to be a grand old time, because I've had these before. They're always a lot of fun, and you get to meet amazing other people, but it's really going to be good for raising your vibration, especially if you don't have anything to do or you're feeling a little bit down. I mean, this is going to be a huge pick-me-up. I promise you this, because I'm a bubbly person. I'm a double air Gemini sun, so there's a lot of quirkiness, an Aquarius moon, a lot of quirkiness with a lot of creativity and wittiness with my jokes and my delivery of, messages and things. So if you're looking for fun, that's funny, I was going to say, if you're looking for a good old time, that sounds like 555-5555. Call that number. If you're looking for some fun, I highly recommend that you join us for the virtual Halloween party on Wednesday, October 30th. It's going to be around 9:30 p.m. Excuse me, Eastern Standard Time. So it would be great. Let me look at the chat for a minute. What the heck is a destiny swap? I don't know if I want to know what that is. So... Mars, did you really say that to yourself? You said, that's not the last life we'll see, Jess here, and boom. Ta-da. Hi, Mars. Welcome. Welcome, Bruno Mars. So yeah, thank you, Jason, for putting the link there, so I don't have to check the description box. So yeah, but remember, just make sure you have your actual email address there, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to deliver your reading. So yeah. But again, you'll get it. It's so, guys, I'm not gonna lie, every time they tell me to say it, I feel weird. They're telling me something. So again, you sign up for the newsletter, you'll get a free reading. So I've never done that before, but there's got to be a reason for it. Anyway, So, but yeah, welcome Mars again. Um, Alexander, don't let those people get to you. I guess you were brought here for a reason. So this is supposed to be about hope or whatever else I'm supposed to channel. So, you know, don't let anybody destroy your inner peace. Don't let anybody get to you. All right. What else is there? So yeah, I do have a mobile app. You can meet some amazing other people there. You can be part of a community forum, you know, join in with other people, shoot the shit, you know, get some guidance, ask for help, ask for prayers. A lot of the stuff there, I do send out announcements to kind of boost everybody's energies or give them heads up about my live streams or other things coming down the pike, like the Halloween party, things like that. So you're encouraged to sign up for the mobile app. The link is in the description box below. It is free to download, but there are certain things that are locked to memberships and mentorships for extra guidance and extra content that would be of benefit to you. So let's see. Thanks, Jason. Jason, I have to ask you. Archangel Michael's actually allowing me to ask you because I am a little bit taken aback by asking or mentioning that people will get a free reading for the newsletter. I just read you said just trust. So I take it that you feel that there's a purpose behind it, like a divine purpose. Do you know what I'm trying to get at? It's basically if you feel anything that might be off from it, because, you know, I think it's because my ego is trying to resist that. I'm not gonna lie. So yes, there is a purpose. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, guys. So I'm hearing, again, listen, there's something here. Somebody here is like needing a pick-me-up. They're needing some fun in their life. They're needing to meet new people. I'm getting strongly for some people watching this that I'm hearing the wrong soul tribe. Okay, now here's the thing. It's not really a wrong soul tribe. It's just you thought it was your soul tribe, but it really isn't. And or you're gonna have to be honest with yourself with this. And or it was your soul tribe for a point, a time. You've ascended, or your belief systems have changed, or you're starting to realize, I don't gel with these people anymore. They're not my friends. I don't like this thing. It's even a job. I don't like this job. I don't like this. I just, like, it doesn't sit well with me anymore. I'm hearing like bubble guts or something, right? It doesn't sit well with, I don't like it. Okay. If that's you, you're being asked to, again, start finding other people who are gonna like really lift you up. Now here's the tough part. Some of you may be hesitant to do that because, again, because let's say me for instance, I'm very blunt at times. I tell the truth because that's part of my job. People who tell the God honest truth and they bring demons out of people, they tell people what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. That is a true light worker because you're trying to support somebody who's out of alignment with who they really are, who's out of alignment with their true purpose. That's unconditional love. If you are faking it, if you are lying to people, if you're being all rainbows, unicorns, puppies, and fluffy, and you're not saying one thing that is considered negative, you're not saying something that's like, you can lose it all, you can lose a friend, you can lose a relationship, you can lose a job or something, but you're not standing in your integrity, you're doing yourself a huge disservice, right? And you'll never be happy if you can't be your honest to God self. You will always be out of alignment. And this is where you got to get some big balls. You got to grow a pair. You got to have a backbone that's not made of glass. And you got to be, you know what? Back off, right? Or this is what this is my truth. I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. It's very Queen of Swords, King of Swords energy. Some people are going to hate you for it. Some people are going to look at you like, who the fuck are you? And you say, you know what? You don't like it? Tough shit. I know what I'm talking about because I used to be on the flip side of this. Afraid to ruffle people's feathers. It's like shadow side Libra. Afraid to be wrong. Afraid to stand up for myself. Afraid to be in my integrity for fear of retribution, for fear of people not liking me, or people like, who the fuck are you? Or it could be retaliation, right? It could start an argument or something. I may lose something, but I'm gaining more because I'm in my truth, right? And this is also you speaking to yourself that way. Hey, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep acquiescing? Why do you keep surrendering that? I'm surrendering meaning like, okay, you know what? I'm not standing up for myself. You win. Okay. Here, take everything I got. It's like, you know, you're being burglarized or something. Somebody here was mugged as a kid. Something along those lines. Somebody was, there was bullying, or maybe somebody here was the mugger. Somebody used to rob people. Again, there's no judgment here, man. If you're the robber or something like that, there's no judgment. But, it's like, you know how some people, they're different. Somebody comes in and says, like, give me your wallet. Some people, here you go. And I understand this because you might have a gun to your head, right? Some people are saying, oh, fuck that. I'm going to fight your ass. You're not taking my wallet. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit like some of us have to get into the scary part where we're saying, do your guns put to your guns? I don't know why I'm doing this. Some people are suicidal. Somebody points a gun to your head and says, give me your wallet. And you're like, fuck that. You're not taking my wallet. Now, again, you have to look at this from a higher perspective. I do understand when people are in situations like these, or like, give me something, your car key, whatever the hell is, give me money. Take me to the ATM, right? You do have to be discerning because we all know life is at stake, but use this as a metaphor. Someone's trying to take something of value from you, okay? They might even they may not have a gun to your head, but again, it's a proverbial gun. It's something that intimidates you. Are you really going to give up what you value? Are you going to give up yourself, your integrity, because someone's got a gun to your head? This is what a lot of people are stuck in right now, I'm thinking, which is why there is a message of hope coming along here, but I'm giving some people some context. This could be the other way around. You could be the person with the gun telling somebody, give me your wallet. Right? It's like you're intimidating something. I've got something more powerful than you that can kill you. Killing is like stripping of your power. And you could be trying to rob somebody of something of value. What is that really going to do for you? What's the point in trying to rob somebody of what is righteous and just for them? To give you more power, to give you, you can go take their credit cards and go cha-ching, 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 and spending money on what? Bullshit? That will never make you happy? That will never fulfill you? And then you die. It's like the Verve song, Bittersweet Symphony. That first album from the Verve is by far one of the most brilliant albums any band has ever done. trying to find some money, then you die, right? Trying to rob some money, then you die. Try to be, I just need money, I gotta pay my bills. You guys know, if you've watched me, the whole paying bills bullshit is just that. It's bullshit. That is not living, okay? And then, you know, again, you could be the robber, so to speak. I'm hearing a Robert. There's somebody here named Robert. Somebody just dropped their jaw, because there is a Robert here. Or a Bob or a Bobby, or all three. You could be the robber, right? And you are taking something. First, it doesn't belong to you, but there's more to this. I got somebody's wallet and I just bought all this shit on Amazon at, I don't know, some online store. I just bought this Rolex watch or something, whatever the fuck. Bought a car, I don't know, whatever. Somebody must have a lot of money. And they're like, yeah, I won. I stole their wallet and I wiped out their bank accounts and their credit cards. But I bet you $5 billion, those people who do that, they're not fulfilled. Because they're going to have those things and be like, yeah, man, I'm the man, I'm the woman. I'm like, look at me, man. Well, man, shit, where'd you get that watch? Oh, yeah, whatever. They'll try to do it again and again and again, and it'll be a repetitive cycle. And next thing you know, death comes for them, and it's like, oh, you're gonna die now, and you can't take this shit with you. And we all know, when it comes to karma and doing very low vibrational things to people like that, they're gonna be stuck in purgatory, or they'll go straight to hell, whatever it is that God wants to do. Is it really worth it? And now some of you may very well have some really challenging lives right now. Okay? Maybe nothing's going right. Maybe your past is not clean. Again, there's no judging here. You committed a crime, you did something, whatever, and it doesn't have to be a committed crime. You were defensive all the time. You were robbing people of their, like, undervaluing people, hurting people all the time. I'm hearing the word rebuking people, rebuking things, like being standoffish, being selfish or something. And it's getting you nowhere, and you know it. It's kind of like some of you may have had some really nasty past lives, and you're replaying that in this waking world, this lifetime. And God's trying to get you to open your eyes and say, hey man, you know what? You got to pay off your karmic debt, but you also have to realize that I'm giving you a second chance here at life. And God will send us those people to get us back on the right path. It's like to do the righteous and just thing with whatever it is, how it pertains to anybody here. Okay. So, oh wow, so Mars just said, I dropped my jaw because I was terrorized by a spirit named Robert when I was little. Oh boy. See, I'm tapping into those types of energies, which is crazy. So much in your spiritual history. Yeah, see, so it's like, and a lot of us are on the receiving end of this type of behavior, right? It's also karmic for us because we can't tolerate that type of behavior anymore, right? It's kind of like, for me, I'm on the receiving end now because a lot of things that I've done to try to help people be kind and be generous, it ends up backfiring, or more so, I'll get hurt in the end, right? It's happened a lot. There's been a lot of rejection. There's been a lot of lack of appreciation. You know, like, okay, thanks but no thanks, or something along those lines. And that's my lesson where I had to learn. And here's where the hope thing comes in. We have to have hope for people who act very negatively towards us or towards other people, right? Like the way the world is right now. Okay, we all know what's going on. And we also have to have hope for ourselves when we are being of the light, when we are trying to do our best to help the collective, to be kind to people, to show people that there are second chances, because God gives us third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 10th chances. He does. Now, there are some cases where some people don't deserve like a third, fourth one or something like that, right? Second, yeah. But if you are given a second chance or whatever, you blow that, maybe you won't get a third one. Now, it depends, because God is going to be the one to tell you to give the person the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth chance. It depends. Because there could be other lessons that you need to be learning here, and a lot of stems from forgiveness. But we have to have hope in the fact that, you know, while we're trying to do good here, and we're still underappreciated, we're still, nobody likes us, or it doesn't take us anywhere to where we want to be, we can't lose. We have to be hopeful, because there is a bigger purpose to everything with that, right? And it's like with everything else. And with other people who may be like the robbers or something, right? The ones who are taking from people in whatever capacity. We have to have hope for them too. But those who are the kind people, who are the unconditionally loving people, we're supposed to set the example for them so that they can see that good people do exist. They can see that people do believe in them. They can see that people do care. And a lot of the times, those same people may get burned by those other people they're trying to care for, they're trying to help, they're trying to encourage to have fulfilling lives, right? There's still that risk. And the candle just went out. But the thing here is, we still have to have hope for those people. And have faith in the fact that things can turn around. It is going to be based on the person, right? Because the person has to be the one to change. So it's hard to not have hope. And I know for me, I've been there plenty of times. Let's give an example. And I knew God was going to have me utilize this today. So today I had planned to take my son. We were supposed to, I was hoping my parents would come along, but I wanted to, my son and I, to do something, right? To go to this haunted pirate festival in Boynton Beach. And it rained for part of the day. And the weather changed. And then all these other interesting things started happening. And I was like, okay, it looks like we're not going to go today. So what ended up happening, I was getting a little bit bummed out because I had been waiting for this weekend. This is the only weekend it happens. Now, they're having it tomorrow. Whether God allows me to go tomorrow or not, I'm not going to worry about it. But I was hoping to go today and have, have my son and I do something different, because it's kind of hard for us to find things to do and, things like that. So... but it didn't turn out that way. So long story short, my parents, my son and I were all in the backyard by the pool and chatting, listening to music. My mom's birthday is on Monday. So we're already kind of like pre-celebrating, right? And my son comes out and my mom got us pizza, whatever, and so we're chatting and stuff like that. And we talked about a lot of things. And it was really nice. And I thought, well, there's a reason why God is not having me and my son go somewhere else and yada, yada, yada. And some things came up, and God was revealing to me some things. He did give me some massive signs and synchronicities that just blew me the fuck away. And I said, I dropped my jaw. I said, wow, guys, I asked God for something this morning. And he showed me some things in a very different way that was still jaw-dropping. And he did it differently. He confirmed some things for me very differently. And I was like, okay, am I going crazy? And God's like, Jess, you asked, you need to trust in what I just did. And he did it like 3 times in a matter of maybe 10 minutes. And so I'm sitting there, and we're having a conversation, and I'm realizing that things are going to change drastically for both my son and for me soon. And I'm sitting there, and there's something there that's going to be pretty life-changing for the both of us. And I'm trying not to put so much attention on it with what it is. I'm not going to say what it is here because they're not allowing me to. But the point in me saying this is that I have to have hope because of the major changes that are going to be occurring, right? And anything can happen, right? We may plan things and then all of a sudden God changes it. And then we're saying, okay, well, let's see what God ends up doing. And we can't be worrying about it, right? Like, I'm hearing something about somebody getting ready to go to college. They got accepted. They have all these plans. They're getting ready to move. Here are a couple of scenarios. This may be for somebody specific, okay, who may be watching this now or they're going to watch it later. You have all these plans, right? It's like what happened when I went to university in Miami and I wanted to be a doctor. I originally wanted to be a neonatologist, okay? That was my goal as far as graduating from college goes. That didn't happen, did it, right? You have these plans and then God changes it up on you. So it's kind of like, I'm getting into college, I'm getting ready, and then all of a sudden, let's say something happens and you don't make it to college. You don't move to that state if you're moving out of state or whatever. You don't, it's so funny because I'm here in the University of Michigan, but I'm watching the Colorado-Cincinnati game. They just changed it because Miami beat FSU. Yay. Or University of Minnesota, something like that. I'm hearing California State University. I don't know, I'm hearing universities. NYU, I just heard. FIU, I just heard. Texas A&M, University of Texas. Okay, now I'm going through universities. Anyway, you're planning to go to this university or whatever, and then it doesn't work out. Or you get there, and then something starts to shift within you. Or so you're like, you know what, this isn't for me. Or I want to change schools, or I want to go back home. I remember that happened a lot my freshman year. My own roommate, I had people who were there and they said, oh, this is great. After freshman year, quite a few of those kids went back to their original states. A lot of people, well, at the time I went to were from out of state and from all over the world. And that was one of the most glorious things, to meet people from all over the place, right? I love meeting people. It's funny because I hated meeting people because I was so introverted, but now I love meeting new people and getting to know them. But after freshman year, a lot of people left. And my poor roommate, she was super homesick. Bless her heart. I don't even know what she's doing to this day, but I pray that she's doing well for herself. And she's like, I can't, Jess. I miss home too much. What was interesting is that she was from Tampa. And Tampa's a long ways from Miami. She was in the same state, but if you guys know about Florida, it'll take you 9-10 hours to get out of the state. 8 to 10 hours to get out of the state of Florida, right? It's a big ass, it's a long state. It's not big, it's not wide like Texas, it's long. There's somebody here who lives in Texas. Anyway, whoever lives in Texas, you're being asked to really pay attention to these messages, because apparently you keep being told something repetitively and you're not heeding the guidance. And for some of you, your life has gotten worse. Again, if this is resonating and you don't live in Texas, don't say, oh, well, I don't live in Texas, so that's not for me. Again, if it's hitting you hard and that is your story, you have to be honest with yourself. There's something here about you need to be paying attention and stop hiding, I'm hearing, and start facing your truth. Because if you don't, you're going to continue to live a miserable life. Anyway, so it's like when things don't go according to plan, it's because it wasn't part of the grand scheme of things. It was because it was not part of God's plan. and you're hoping for something and you're oh great, whatever. It's like, again, something about being nice to people, being kind. And then, okay, case in point, I think we've all experienced this. Somebody, you know, asking you, hi, Nicole, welcome, how are you? Like, okay, listen, this happened to me in high school and middle school. I would write love notes to guys, okay? I like you. I was wondering, like, you know, if you wanted to go out, you know, the simple, stupid shit. That's what I did. And I got rejected every single time. Every time. Every time. And the guys who liked me were like, I don't know about this. No, it's not for me. Right? And again, and you know, I'd be nice sometimes, like, hey, you need help with your homework, right? Because I was super nerd then, straight A student, full through and through. Everybody knew me for that. You know, just being nice. And then I write the letter, and it's like, some of them wouldn't answer me back, so I knew that was a no. And other ones are like, oh, you're a really nice girl, you're really smart, but you're too smart for me. I got that a lot. Can you believe that? I got that a lot. And here's the thing, I was hopeful. Maybe somebody is going to acknowledge my letter and I'm going to have a boyfriend, whatever, because all my friends had boyfriends and I was like the odd girl out. Didn't happen that way because God had another plan. But I still kept doing it. I said, okay, everybody's having boyfriends but me, but okay, all right. Let me just keep being my nice self and all that stuff. But again, there was still like a tendency to, you know, I was trying to fill a void, right? I felt like that was going to be, that it would make me better or feel loved or make me more attractive because I was dating somebody. And I still kept sending these letters for years, okay? I don't even know how many times I got rejected, but the big thing was that a lot of the guys who actually were honest, and I do appreciate their honesty, they said, like, oh, you know, you're too smart. And that's when I started to undervalue my intelligence, right? My brain, I was like, this sucks, man. Just because I'm smart, just because I'm this quiet person and I'm nice, what the fuck is that shit, right? I didn't talk like that to myself, but that's kind of a little bit of what I was thinking. And I said, you know, this is hurtful. But I still kept giving the letters, right? And then, you know, and this could be like for guys too. Handing out a letter, whatever. Am I going to get rejected? You know, you got to have the hope whether you get rejected or not. And then it ended up being freshman year at college. There was no note giving. It was just that this dude kept pursuing me. And he was in a wheelchair at the time because he broke his ankle during a flag football game right when we first started freshman year. And he was just like pursuing and pursuing. And I kept saying no. And I kept saying no. Believe it or not, I kept saying no. But he had this demeanor. He was funny as all hell. And just like, but the funny thing was he was a whole foot taller than I am. I'm 5'4". I was still 5'4" freshman year of college. And he was 6'4". So, like, everyone used to poke fun at us because of that. But he did have, I saw the kind heart there and stuff. There was stuff that happened later on I was just totally, like, blown away by, but, you know, it had to happen the way it did. And we were together for a while, and I said, you know what? Okay. I'll date you. But here's the thing. I was tired of being pursued so much, and I wasn't assertive and say, you know what, you're cool and everything, but I don't want to date you, so just stop, leave it alone. I could have said that, but I wasn't there yet at the time, right? And here I am. I was hoping. Oh, here's the thing. You know what's funny? So the first boyfriend I had, I don't really count him, but I do because we technically were boyfriend and girlfriend. His name was Tom, but he spelled it with 2 M's. And everyone said to me, Jess, that is weird. Why would he spell his nickname with 2 M's? I said, I don't know. This is supposed to matter, right? And so he was from Michigan. Somebody's choking, somebody's coughing right now because I said that. He was from Michigan. I don't remember what city. I want to say Ann Arbor, but I don't think so. It wasn't Detroit, I know that. It was some city I had never heard of. And tall, very thin. He was Italian. Okay? What was his last name? Began with an N. I don't know, but it began with an M. It was Tom with 2 M's with an M from Michigan. And he asked me out. I think it was after a football game. He was part of the band, the University of Miami band. This is so weird that like I'm channeling all of this because I wasn't sure I was going to talk about the hope thing. So, you know, there was like a little thing there, and then I was kind of hopeful, and then he asked me out. I'm like, yeah, sure. It lasted 2 weeks. Okay. I was crushed by that because he ended up having a death in the family, and he was walking with me to class. He was going to a music class and I was going to some other class, and he goes, oh, I have this letter for you. And I thought it was like a beautiful love letter, right? Again, with the letters, there's something about writing a letter and sending it to somebody. If that's you, just have hope that it's going to turn out for the best. Just don't get hung up on the outcome. Somebody needs to hear this. Yeah, I'm too smart. They couldn't handle it, Jason. Exactly. Oh, Nicole, I'm reading your comment. You got dissed a lot, right? And he asked you out. Yeah, you know, these are things that are part of our purpose, right? Rejection, you know, but we're supposed to still value ourselves regardless, right? We can't let anybody take our power or make us feel less worthy. So this guy, the Tom with 2 M's, writes me a note. And I'm like lighting up like a Christmas tree. I'm like, oh my God, he's giving me a love letter. Do you know what the fuck it was? It was a breakup letter. Okay? It was a breakup letter, okay? If you were next to me that day, I'm walking to my class and I'm reading it, my face goes to like, I'm giddy, and then like a frown, and then my eyes got watery, and my whole mood just sank. I wanted to disappear. It's like I wanted to die and just be done with it. That's how bad I felt. And I said, I can't fucking believe this. I'm thinking that this is something here, and this happens. Now, I did get some red flags. I may not talk about them, but I said, and again, whether he was being honest, I don't know, but he did say that there was a death in the family. He was a pallbearer for the individual. I don't remember who it was. I think it was a grandfather. And it was the anniversary of the day he wrote the note, and he was like, and I think it was in the month of October. I think it was around homecoming. And we are in the month of October, and homecoming, Miami had their homecoming today. University of Miami. And I was like, oh shit, man. Because we started school in August. And he goes, I don't know, I'm just feeling sad about it. And I respect that. If he was being honest, I respect that. But what he wasn't honest was with, and again, this is where when you lie, you will get caught. So I ended up finding out he did have a grandfather who passed. He was a pallbearer. It was tough for him. It was an anniversary. But he was utilizing it as an excuse because it turned out, and look, I was friends with quite a few people and we all lived in the dorms. He lived in like the towers at UM, okay? I forgot what they were called. I lived in Eaton Hall at the time. I remember that. I was friends with the people, some people who lived in the same complex as the Tom with two M's did. And they said, hey, Jess, there's like some chick who came to visit. I'm like, what are you talking about? So they were like neighbors, right? Like hallmates. So it turned out to be his ex-girlfriend from Michigan comes to visit him the day before he writes me the letter, right? And I'm like, what? He says, yeah. And then we were going through timelines. He goes, yep, she came to visit him. And he, at the time, they were like, yeah, she's staying for the week. I said, okay. And sure enough, I found out later that he ended up getting back with her after that. Okay. And I said, what the hell? It was bad enough that he wrote me that letter and like he utilized something like that when not being honest with me, and then I had to find out from other people? What the fuck was that shit? That made it even worse for me. And he went with somebody else. I'm like, this is my first boyfriend and this happens to me? I'm like, dude, back then, guys, again, this is low vibrational Jess. This is distorted feminine Jess. I'm not like that anymore. I'm far fucking from it. But I had to go through this to learn some things about myself. This is why we still have to have hope, especially with relationships and with jobs and dreams and stuff like that. Because we're gonna go through some shit. We're gonna be rejected. We're gonna have a hope deferred. We're gonna have a dream that doesn't get realized. But we have to understand that there's gonna be something better that comes from that. And we have to be resilient. We have to be understanding of what God's really trying to do in our lives because he wants the best for us always. But God did not say that we were not going to be hurt. We weren't going to get our hearts broken. We weren't going to be disappointed. He would rather see us disappointed than see us destroyed. You know who destroys things? The devil. If you allow the devil to destroy things for you, you need to start really changing your mindset about who you want to be in life and where you want to be. So I find now that Tom ends up going back with his girlfriend, right, from back home. And I'm like, wow. You know, he couldn't have just said it to my face. And I felt like a piece of shit. However, I'm going to say, my friends over there where Tom lived, they said, you know what, Jess, that's fucked up, because they knew me as a person. And I will say, when I started college, something shifted and I had like a line of suitors at my door. Not literally, but I was deemed as highly attractive when I went to college. And when I changed colleges and started studying computer science, they ranked all the girls in computer science, in school computer science, okay? And there were very few girls, but I was ranked number 3. Okay? They had a ranking. I was the 3rd one. There were 2 Cuban twins ranked 1, and then another Cuban girl who was ranked 2, then there was me. And I thought that was fucking hilarious. But anyway, so my friends who lived in the same tower as Tom did, they said, Jess, you know what? Here's what you don't know. And this is, I quote, this is what they said. She looks like Miss Piggy. Okay? I said, what do you mean? Like, no. And you know, I don't like to insult people, right? But these were some guy friends and some girlfriends who were being honest. I said, no, Jess, you are way hotter than she is. And they're thinking, like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Is he stupid? Too low ranking. Yeah, right? And this gave me a little bit of hope too. It helped me to feel better. And I know we're not supposed to be judging people by their looks, okay? We're not. Okay, because again, I still had low self-esteem about my own physical appearance, even though I was getting a lot of attention in college that I didn't get middle school to high school, okay? This was new to me. And here's the thing, I wished for this, but it's be careful what you wish for, because I ended up being cheated on every relationship since then, okay? And lied to and manipulated and like, even if I didn't date the guy, like we would just hang out in the room and just like shoot the shit. Some of them would come out and say some bullshit about I did some like sexual act with them. And I'm like, I didn't fucking touch you, right? That's how bad it got. Because I, with my low self-worth and low self-value, I wanted to be the attractive one. I wanted to have people like me and like put me on a pedestal, whatever. And it totally fucked me over because I ended up manifesting what I really was, how I viewed myself. And I had very unhealthy, unfulfilling relationships since that time. And it started with that Tom dude. If you get what I'm saying, this is why with a lot of you, with your divine feminine, divine masculine power, you're going to attract what you are. So you can't be feeling sorry for yourself when people do those things to you, because you're supposed to learn a lesson about who you fucking are, okay? And you still gotta have that hope. You have to realize, why does this keep happening? Am I in my truth? Am I in my power? Am I really like, no means no, and you know, yeah, we'll get rejected, we'll get dismissed, someone will like go back to a Miss Piggy, whatever the fuck it is. That should not take your power away, nor should it devalue you, nor should it change your view as to who you are. But again, that happened to me because I attracted what I was. And it did help me a little bit when my friends over there were saying, we don't get it, Jess. You're hot as shit. And you're smart. And you're very fun. And like, everybody loved me for who I was. But there were the guys who were judging me by my appearance. Oh, she must be a good lay. Oh, wow, she's a fucking hot Puerto Rican man. Dude, like, I gotta get with that one. Like, trophy wife type of energy. Right? So that made me feel a little bit better. And you know what the funny thing was? Okay, I don't want to say funny, because here's the thing. I don't wish bad on anyone. I never did. I never went after him and be like, who the fuck are you? And with some ballistic Puerto Rican girl. Again, that's a little judgment, but that's supposed to be a joke, because there are some Hispanic women who will go fucking off on men who do that stuff. Okay? Again, that's just, that is a karmic thing they need to fix. There's a low self-worth thing they need to fix. That's all it is. I could have gone over there and given my 2 cents and kicked them in the balls and like, you know, put some, you know, I hope you get your karma bullshit. I didn't do any of that. I took the loss. But what I didn't do was learn from it, right? Because I kept repeating the behavior and I kept having relationships. I kept hoping it was going to change. But here's the thing, when you're hoping for change, I didn't realize that I had to change myself first. I had to do things differently, and it started with viewing myself in a different light, loving myself first, valuing myself first. Because if you keep hoping things are going to change, oh, well, somebody's going to be really nice to me and very understanding and loyal and honest, right? You cannot have those relationships if you're not honest with yourself, if you're not loyal to yourself, if you're not taking care of yourself and your heart space.
So while you're having the hope here, have hope for yourself that it will turn out for the better for you. As long as you keep hoping, but you keep staying true to yourself. You keep working on yourself and giving you the unconditional love that you deserve. Okay? But and I was not expecting my first relationship to end up like that. And it fucking sucked balls. Okay? And I will be honest, because then after that, with the other guy who I ended up dating for a long time, right? The same thing happened. But again, I do not have any resentment or anger towards them because I was part of the fucking problem. This is what some of you need to start realizing and being, really look at yourself in the mirror and be honest with yourself. Are you acting like and being like the person that you want in a relationship? Probably not for some of you. Are you seeking validation outside of yourself? Are you codependent on other people to love you, to make you feel better, to tell you how beautiful, how handsome, how smart you are, how funny you are, whatever the fuck that is? Are you expecting other people to, again, this validation thing is very tough. And I had a problem with that too. Oh, you think I'm pretty? Oh, then I am pretty. Oh, you think I'm smart? Oh, then I am smart. Oh, you think I'm funny? Oh, then that means I am funny. No, you need to say that to yourself. You need to believe that about yourself. And it got so bad, okay? Because everybody, almost, well, I think it was everyone that I had a relationship with. Most of them. Maybe all but one, I don't know. But anyway, let's look at the college part of this. They all ended up being drawn to somebody else. And there was a time I felt so, I hope I don't cry. I felt so fucking low. I came back from class one day, was in my boyfriend at the time's room. He was a resident assistant at the time. Somebody had given me a Bible. They were handing out free Bibles, like pocket Bibles. I was coming back from class. I was waiting for my boyfriend to come back from his class so we can go, I think we were going to go eat at the food hall, whatever. And I found something that proved he was cheating. And I saw a razor blade in his bathroom. And I took it and I kneeled at the side of his bed, had the window open. I had the Bible on the bed. And I lost all hope. And I said, how the fuck is this happening to me again? Right? Why? Like victim mode. That was one of my worst moments in my entire life. And looking back on it, it's funny because I'm watching college football games and stuff and me wearing my shirt and just reminiscing about this stuff. I've come a long way, but I sat there and I had, okay, I'm being very honest here for a reason because some of you may be in this. I had the razor blade and I put it right here, right at the base of my hand. And the Bible's on the bed and I'm bawling my eyes out. I'm on my knees at the bedside. And I'm just beyond distraught, okay? And I'm like, God, I'm a nice person. I'm very giving. I'm very loving. I do well for myself. I mean, dude, in college, I would do Habitat for Humanity during spring break, okay? I wasn't going off in a bikini with my friends. I mean, I didn't really have that many friends. I mean, I did, but I had they were like a small, close-knit group. I didn't go do all this partying and drinking bullshit, right? Again, I'm not judging, but I did Habitat for Humanity. I did a lot of fucking volunteering when I was in college, okay? Oh, so a similar thing happened to you, Jason? So yeah, see? So I'm like, okay, what's the point? And again, remember, you have to remember, ever since I was in middle school, I was rejected every single time. And the first guy I dated in college, I was rejected then, and that was a fucking low blow. And then here I am going through it again. And on top of that, I was having a hard time in school. There were things I was dealing with my own father, okay? And this does stem from my relationship with my father, by the way, with the low self-worth and stuff. And I said, there's no point being here. Nobody really appreciates me, brings anything to the table. But I was afraid to actually just go whoosh, right? I had never been in that state before my entire life. And divine timing, tower comes in. My boyfriend ends up coming through the door. He's like, what the hell are you doing, Jess? And he saw Blade, and he literally jumped over the bed, and he like grabbed my hands like, no, you're not doing this. You're not doing this. What's going on? And I had a hard time explaining to him what I found, right? And then again, I'm looking at that Bible. So I guess you can say he kind of saved me, but I don't know if I was going to go through with it. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I will never know, because he came through the door. Because he came early. Thanks, Eric. Oh, wow, Jason. Oh, so Jason, you took pills? This is this is Scorpio stuff. A lot of dark stuff coming to the surface, right? These are secrets being exposed. I know I talked a little bit about this, but not about the context behind it. And so after that, I ended up transferring schools. And we broke up. He went with the other person anyway, obviously, and I was like, okay. I had to get back up on my feet. Right? And I kind of dated one other person, and then I ran into the person that I ended up marrying. So that was a different story, but that resulted in something different than in past relationships. But and even after that, I still had issues. Even after the divorce, right? Being hopeful, trusting in God, but there was still work that I had to do on myself. And then even just last week, when I ran into something, and I was like, oh, here we go again. I thought I was done with this, God. But, in all capital letters. I had my cry. I went through my anger, my disappointment. I let it out. I got angry at God, because we do have a right to be angry with God. We do have a right to be crying about something, whatever. Just be really like, fuck. I was fucking pissed. And again, I said to God, after all I've done, and I've been obedient, and I've worked so hard on myself, God, and I have to come across this, right? And then I just let it go. And I said, God, give me peace. Put forgiveness in my heart. Please don't let me lose hope with this again. And I said, I'm done. I'm so fucking tired. It's like, I was listening to the song, I forgot the name of it, and I forgot the artist. She talks about something along the lines of, the only love I've ever experienced have been letdowns. And it's still like that for me to this day, right? But again, we have hope. But this time around, I didn't go to a blade. I didn't get into suicidal thoughts. I didn't look at myself and say, oh my God, I am worthless and I look ugly and I'm like a good for nothing, right? I didn't go into Five of Pentacles. You know how much you grow when you go through things like that, even when you're going through a spiritual awakening and you're on your ascension journey and you're doing a lot of inner work and God comes in to test you. Are you really a divine feminine Christ? Just let's see what happens when I show you this. And I tried to suppress it, but God said, no, you need to let that out. You're a human being. You're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to get upset. You're allowed to panic a little bit. You're allowed to like lose hope a little bit for a little bit of time, but don't dwell on it. And what was amazing is that I had a completely different mindset, and I said to myself, well, so be it. If that's what it ended up being, or that's what the path was, or that's whatever, okay. It's their loss, not mine. This, when you have that mindset, when you get rejected, when people, you're hopeful about things, a job, a career, a dream, a person, and something comes along, like a secret reveal, again, we're in Scorpio season, secrets are coming out, right? You find out someone got the job and you didn't, whatever it was, okay? You change your mindset and you say, well, sucks for them. It's their loss. It's not mine, because I am the blessing. And if they're going to push their blessing away, that's on them, right? But this is not to be, don't get don't get an inflated head, a big ego because of it. There's a difference, right? There's a difference where you're having like an overt, like hubris, okay, compared to self-confidence. You don't flip it to the extreme and say, I'm better than everybody and everybody's a piece of shit and then blah, blah, blah. No, right? I changed my mentality. I said, okay, their loss, not mine. I'm still worthy of love. I'm still deserving. I'm still the shit. I'm still, you know, a beautiful, powerful, brilliant person, whatever it is that you want to tell yourself, talented, whatever. Right? Because if people aren't going to value you and appreciate you, they shouldn't be in your circle. And some of them will end up learning to value and appreciate you. And sometimes these people will come back around. But the only way, again, when I talk about second, third, fourth chances, right? If you're going to, like, you know, accept apologies or, you know, accept something, again, it could be an employer like, you know, yeah, I gave that job to that person, but you were really deserving, but I got pressured or I assumed or whatever. And then the boss says, you know what, I should have given you that title, I should have given you that job, whatever. If they're coming from a place of honesty and integrity, and it's a true apology, you're being guided to accept that. Because remember, this is a lesson. It happened for a reason. And when you don't accept the apology, that means you are not a forgiving person. Plain and simple. You don't have to condone what they did. But it was supposed to teach you a big ass lesson, was it not? That's why we're here. And this is what I learned, especially with my relationships. A lot of my testing and my lesson learning had to do with relationships with males, okay? And then even though I got tested again, I said, I'm okay. I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be all right. I'm coming back from this because I know who I am and I know my worth and I know there's nobody like me on this planet. So anyone that does not see that about me, they don't see my worth, they don't see my value, it's their loss, not mine. Because you are the miracle. You are the blessing. And anyone who dismisses that, who pushes that away, they're slapping God in the face until they realize, oh fuck, this was a blessing in disguise, or this I should have not undervalued, I should have appreciated. It doesn't have to be with people, guys. It could be a whole bunch of things. It's like the jobs that I had, right? Even though I got screwed over in my jobs too. People tried to sabotage me. People gossiped about me. Like, it got pretty bad. The better I got, the more I was hated. And it's interesting because the more brilliant I got, the worse, like, the backhanded bullshit started to occur. Because a lot of people saw me like a triple threat, I'm hearing. Beauty, brains, power. BBP. Right? But I had to keep on with being who I really am. And the amazing thing was, even after everything that I've been through, even with like stuff happening last week, even like all the tests this week, today, I said to myself, I'm not a failure. No child of God is a failure. You may have thought you failed at something, you fucked up something royally, but you're still a child of God. Okay? You're still a child of God. So you should continue to look at yourself like that. And yeah, we're all going to make mistakes, right? You don't see me going around and, you know, like the first guy that I talked about, the Tom with 2 M's. You don't see me going around calling him like some pansy or, you know, I hope he's dead type of bullshit. I hope he got his karma. Don't talk like that when things like that happen to you, because it was part of your karma that it happened to. Why it happened to you? It happened to you because you attracted who you were at the time. And you shouldn't be going around wishing people dead and calling them names, bullshit like that. You gotta understand something that you don't want to see. You gotta face that thing you don't want to look at. Or maybe you wanted all the control in a relationship, or you just, you know, you wanted to be the man, the woman, like, I'm better than you. Like, you didn't want to get hurt, so you hurt people first. Whatever it is. You wanted to wear the pants all the time. I don't know. But guess what? You're going to attract lower vibrational relationships if you go around with that attitude. Even the second guy that I dated, right? All the people, even in my marriage, right? I never once in my 10-year marriage, I'd never gone around bashing my ex-husband. I mean, there are certain things, yeah, I would be hurtful, I would say, but it wasn't something like, again, I hope he gets his karma, I wish the worst for him, I wish he, you know, just crawls under a rock and, you know, or I never hear from him, or something along those lines, like something that is really distorted feminine. No, he's the father of my child. right? And again, I wasn't perfect either. I still had low self-esteem and low self-worth issues when I got married. And I saw the red flags before I got married, but there was a reason for why I continued on with the marriage and why I stayed in it for so long. And I am grateful to God for all those rejections, all those letdowns, all those letters of reject, whatever it was, heartbreak. I thank God for them because it's made me who I am. And I now realize what God was trying to teach me. But it took a long time for me to wake the fuck up. And this is why me telling my story is to tell you guys to wake the fuck up. If you're wondering about why do I keep running into these things, whatever it is, it doesn't have to be about relationships. And if you are in something and it's like, it's the same shit, different day, you need to say something to that boss, to that person, whatever it is. Back the fuck up. Get out my face. It's like that lyric by Falling in Reverse in the song Prequel. It's my favorite lyric in that song. Back the fuck up, get out my face, right? Maybe you need to start practicing that. That is not a bad thing to do, guys. If some of you are thinking, oh no, but that's not spiritual, that's not divine feminine energy. Yes, it is. Because you're standing up for yourself. And sometimes you gotta be a dick for people to wake the fuck up. Be like, oh shit, man. Jess means business. Jason means business. Eric means business. Shannon means business. Whatever, right? Mars means business. Nicole means business. Sometimes you gotta say stuff like that, guys. And again, going back to the first guy, I could have gone to Tom and been like, I could not like being an insult or very critical, like insult to injury. I could have gone to him and said, you know what? I don't appreciate this. What you did was fucked up. But in hindsight, if I could go back, I'm thinking about what I would have said to him. Instead of kind of like just sweeping it under the rug. I could have said a thing or two to him and just be at peace with myself, right? And been like, I don't deserve this. I didn't deserve what you did. You will, right? But what you did was not right. And of course, he probably did that because he had some issues too. He had lessons to learn himself, right? We attract what we are, like I said. And when I would see the red flags, that's when I gotta stand up for myself and say, hey, wait. Wait. I don't like how I'm being treated here. Job, whatever this is for you. But even when those things happen, guys, again, you still have to have hope. And trust in what God is doing when you experience these things. Because he tries to see where your heart posture is. He tries to see if you've learned your lessons. If you're going to continue to see yourself as a divine child of God that you are. As the goddess that you are. As the God that you are. And don't think God is not going to test you again with it. And I know with all the tests that I've been through, I smile at myself now, and that fire, that rage, that anger turns into like this fire that ignites within me, and it boosts my confidence. It increases the luminosity in my light, and I can shine even brighter. than I did before. I transmute that dark into light. And then that higher light, that higher vibration ends up attracting even better things for me. Better people, right? People who value and appreciate me, right? Because for so fucking many years, I did not attract that. And I'm 44, right? And it's like, oh my God, but at least I learned it now, right? I can't say that for a lot of people because sometimes they die and they're still like not fulfilled, or they don't appreciate themselves, or they're still in these horrible relationships, whatever. But you got to make the changes necessary to see the changes in your outer world. And sometimes that takes years. It took me years to get here. And that's where true fulfillment comes in. And you don't lose hope when you end up hoping for something and something gets dashed, or you see something disappointing or experience something disappointing. Especially when it comes to truth. And whoever hurts you, whoever does you wrong, or like you find out something when they should have told you from the beginning, you have to still forgive. Because if you don't, true love won't come to you. Your greatest blessings won't come to you. Because God's only going to give those things to people who truly forgive. Again, it's not condoning what they did. Because at the end of the day, God has forgiven us for so much bullshit that we've done. And don't think that don't think that your shit doesn't stink. Because all of our shit stink, right? It's like that biblical quote, "He who has no sin should cast the first stone." Right? You just keep moving forward and you keep believing in yourself. And even with your dreams, right? I'm in this right now. I'm in this with the hope thing with every area of my life, guys. Every area of my life. And it gets hard. It gets so fucking hard. It's unreal. Right? But I gotta keep moving forward. I gotta maintain my health, but I still have to be hopeful. And I have to have that strength from Archangel Michael to just like really keep the devil's head pressed under my foot. And not allowing my unhealthy ego to get in the way and start not believing in myself again. Degrading myself, undervaluing myself, underappreciating myself, comparing myself to people. Right? It's like some people where, let's say you get cheated on and you're the person who cheats on you leaves you for somebody who's better looking than you, according to you. And your ego gets shattered, right? It can even be the other way around. Someone leaves you for somebody else and they look like Miss Piggy, right? Just what happened to me. Actually, you know what? They're reminding me, look, again, I am not judging. I'm saying this for a reason. Remember how I said in high school, a lot of people were like, Jess is fucking hot, dude. Like, you got to get with that chick. The guys who left me for other women, all of the other women were not attractive at all. I got to put that out there for a reason, because it can go either way. And again, this is going to test your self-worth and how you view yourself. Like, holy shit, I'm hearing, like, there's a saying, some people like, you had a Lamborghini and you went for a Pinto type of thing, right? If you're going to make a comparison here, it's kind of funny. I've heard something like that. Oh, I think Chiquita has a song about that. Like, you exchanged your Rolex for a Casio watch. Is that correct? If anybody knows that 𝗪𝗪𝗃 song, put it in the comments, or you know, tell me if that's the case. I think with that last breakup 𝗪𝗪𝗃 had, I think the lyric was, you traded your Rolex for a Casio. What? Now here, listen, some people do value Casio watches above Rolexes. There's nothing wrong with that, but you get the point, right? If you want to look at aesthetics, we all know how much Rolexes tend to be, right? They're very expensive watches. The clockwork is brilliant, whatever it is. The material it's made out of, very, you know, they're badass watches. No, I don't have one, but they're very nice, right? And if you look at a Casio, I used to have a Casio watch as a kid. Digital watch, right? It's simple, made out of plastic. It's like, okay, you can like throw it around. I got a baby G-Shock right now, right? And I have expensive watches in the drawer across from me. All right, so there's value to this watch too, but I have value for my very high-end watches in the other drawer that I have to replace the batteries for. You got to understand what is really of value. However, nobody in their right mind would trade a Rolex for a Casio. If you're talking about investment, okay, because you can keep the timepiece. Like if you pass on your Rolex to like a kid or something, like that, it could acquire value, right? It's like an heirloom. It could appreciate. I don't know. I'm not really world versed in watches, but you get what I'm saying. Or you spent all this money, let's say, on this Rolex, and it's like you're exchanging it for the Casio. You just got something in return that is way less of value than what you had before. Something high-end, something valuable, something that looks good, right? And some of you need to start looking at yourselves like Rolexes and not Casio watches. But again, I have this baby G, right? They're not super cheap either, but you know, I have watches with diamonds in it, okay? So this doesn't have diamonds on it. It's made out of plastic. But it still has a value to me. I still value this watch, okay? In its own way. But I wouldn't be exchanging one of my diamond watches for another one of these. I'm not doing that. Now, this is not to judge anybody who would, but again, you have to look at what I am teaching here with this analogy. You had a good thing, a very valuable thing, and then you replace it with something quote unquote cheap. It breaks easily. I don't know, Casios, they would last a while, and baby G-Shocks do last a while, but you understand what I'm trying to say. So what so Archangel Michael's wanting me to say this, and I kept forgetting. So going back to the first guy that I dated, again, the Tom with 2 M's with the Miss Piggy thing. So you guys know what happened? We later found out, okay, again, it's like it's not like I was asking anybody to spy on Tom. No, I don't do that. But my friends were so loyal to me. Later on, I think it was a few months later, Tom was like pissed off because he found out that his quote unquote Miss Piggy girlfriend cheated on him later on, a few months after the visit, and with somebody back up in Michigan. Karma's a bitch, is it not? But again, I don't say that to be a bitch. I say that because that is karma. You get what you put in. Right? And he was burnt, and he was surprised. because he went back to her, and then months later, he finds out that she was cheating on him while he was away. Again, I don't wish that stuff on anybody. I'm saying that to get you guys to realize something. You can very well say that in the first guy, and again, all the other guys that I dated afterwards, practically all of them traded me the Rolex for a Casio watch. But I'm looking at myself not because of my physical appearance. It's because who I am as a person. I've always been very fucking loyal to people. All the fucking time. I am a Leo rising. A Leo North Node. Leos are the most loyal people on the planet. Unless they've got some poorly aspected thing in the Leo placement of their chart. But if I'm undervalued and misappreciated and mistreated like repetitively, you will get cut off. Unless something changes and you mean business if you're trying to get back into my space. If you were very honest about something and you say, you know what, I misjudged you. I undervalued you. You were right. And again, this is not about being right or wrong. More, yes, Jess, like, you told me about this, I didn't comply, I didn't listen, things out, or whatever it is, right? Like, can we make amends, that type of thing? Sure. I will allow that, but again, if that ends up being like a repetitive thing, the loyalty will be different. Meaning, let's say I'll still pray for you, right? I'll still love you unconditionally. But you will no longer bask in my presence. You will no longer benefit from my friendship, from my advice, from whatever it is. And if God tells me to completely cut something off, I will do it. But the loyalty still stands only with me still forgiving the person and praying for the person, or like wishing the person well. That's it. Right? I've always been a friend who's been there for people. And sometimes it gets hard because like they'll go off track all the time, or like fuck up, or I don't know what. Or again, we all fuck up, but, or, you know, again, it's the being unappreciated, undervalued type of thing. But I still have to come from a place of integrity and a place of grace and compassion. That is true divine feminine Christ nature. Grace, compassion, understanding, unconditional love, right? Hi, Cody. How are you? So, you know, this is a hard thing for people to do. But when you bounce back and you feel more empowered and more beautiful and more handsome, more intelligent, more wise, when something you thought that you overcame or you thought was done for and it resurfaces, but you handle it in a divine way, in a righteous and just way, you've really ascended. And you will continue to do that. And you will end up utilizing that, and it will fuel more of your fire, and you will become an even more powerful person, and you will start seeing insane miracles and synchronicities and things when you don't allow that bullshit to take you down, to strip you of your power, of your worth, of your value. You can be overlooked, underbooked, mistreated. Somebody chooses you over somebody else, or whatever it is, for a job, for a relationship. You'll be like, oh, they're missing out on a Rolex. They're missing out on a very good thing. Okay. And you just go on your merry little way. You're whistling while you're working. And you're just like, you know what? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't faze me. Right? King Kong ain't got shit on me type of thing. That is where your power comes from. And you don't go back into victim mode and crying your eyes out, why did this happen to me again? Again, I did that. You're allowed to do that. But you don't do that on day 2. Day 3, for a week, you're not sitting in your bed with the fucking covers over your head, crying your eyes out, or watching these sappy movies, eating bonbons or a tub of ice cream. I'm not going to date ever again. I'm not going to trust anybody ever again. That's like, I'm never going to go for those jobs. I'm never going to go for the whatever it is ever again. Right? You keep moving forward. You keep pushing. It's kind of like hockey, football, any sport. The last 10 seconds. You're down by 2. You're down by 1. It's like, I don't know, man. It's going to take a miracle. You still got to have that hope, because you have no idea what can happen in those 10 seconds. Anything can change in those 10 seconds. But you always stay true to who you are, no matter what happens. And I know that's a very hard thing to do. And we are going to go through these things over and over. Well, it may not be repetitive, okay? But if it continues to happen over and over, and you're like, okay, God, then there's something you got to change about yourself. And again, it could also be, God will be, okay, you have a long break, everything's going great for you, and all of a sudden something comes in, and it tests your worth. It tests your faith. God tests you to see, okay, feminine, okay, masculine, like, did you really do your work? Did you really learn your lessons? Right? Are you really going to allow that to affect you? Don't mind me, guys, because my candles went out, and I'm trying to get new ones. Hold on. Whoops. That's not it. Now I have all these things. What the hell, man? I just knocked down a bunch of cards again. Hold on, guys, because I don't know where my tea lights went. Oh. I think you guys can still hear it. Okay, here we go. Whoa. I'm knocking a bunch of shit down on my altar. Okay? And whatever's happened in your past, don't let that dictate your future. Alright? This is going to be a big thing here for a lot of people. Especially, you know, people who've done you wrong, or you did somebody wrong or something like that. Are you going to be a better person, the bigger person? Are you going to take this stuff and learn from it? Because I have a very strong feeling. We do have Mercury retrograde coming up again. But I think this Scorpio season and this Mars opposite Pluto for the next 3 months is really people fighting with themselves. Am I going to go after what I want? Am I really going to be hardcore and committed and dedicated to making the changes that I need to make? Or like, I got to come clean with somebody. I got to make a change in this relationship. I got to change who I am. I got to stop resisting change, whatever it is. I do get a strong feeling people are starting to realize things about themselves. I can't let my past dictate my future. I have to forgive myself for my mistakes. I have to apologize. I have to rectify this thing. I'm hearing peaceful resolution. I need to make peace with somebody. I'm seeing 2 of Cups, like reconciliation, 6 of Cups, 3 of Cups even. I need to do the righteous and just thing is what I'm hearing. I do believe in second chances. And again, there are some cases where people will end up having 3rd, 4th, or 5th. It depends on the situation. It depends on what God is telling you to do. Either way, forgiveness is the key to love. Forgiveness is what we're supposed to maintain and uphold. Because without that, our hearts are not free. We're not truly free. We will still be bound to the devil if we continue to have a lack of forgiveness in our heart space. It's always a lesson, guys. It's always a lesson. And I know for me, with all the many tests I've been through, it's like, you know what? I want a clean heart. I want to feel at peace. Who doesn't want to feel at peace? And remember, perpetual lack of forgiveness does manifest into health issues, period. Anger, resentment, bitterness, that gets turned up a notch every time, does manifest into physical problems. You get sick a lot. Your organs start failing, whatever it is. Your blood levels are off the charts, whatever it is. Again, cholesterol, high blood pressure, whatever. A lot of people don't correlate the two. Someone who keeps beating up for themselves for doing something, that manifests into illness too. Someone who holds the truth, who harbors the truth, who keeps the feelings in, that leads into physical issues too, to illnesses. For some of you who are in this, how much longer are you going to keep that in? A lot of you, it's the truth. Because some of you are at a breaking point, or you've already had your breaking point, and it's like you know now what you need to do. I'm hearing like coming to somebody with a tail between their legs. Oh God, Christmas commercials already? It's not even Halloween yet. The truth will set you free. I think I channeled this last week. Have hope knowing that you accepting this truth, you speaking this truth, whatever this is for you, it will lead you to something better. Because a lie will bring you to something worse. It will just marinate in your soul. And what happens is you die with that, you're not going to heaven. Plain and simple. And whether you believe in heaven or hell doesn't matter. Let's just say you die with that in your heart. You're going to be roaming around this earth, a lost soul, and you will never be at peace until you finally forgive, until you finally see the truth, release it, whatever that is. And then your next lifetime, you'll be going through more bullshit again. And sometimes people come back into the lifetime and it's hardship after hardship after hardship after hardship after hardship. And then you will end up in very horrific relationships. You will deal with very horrific experiences until God tells you you need to fucking change something about yourself, not the other person. It's got to be you. You will perpetuate the bullshit. You will perpetuate the hardship. You will perpetuate the unhealthy, unfulfilling, disloyal, dishonest, whatever people. And even then, sometimes God will still send disloyal, dishonest people to test you. Because everything can be going great, and then somebody comes in, it's just like they turn their back on you. They betray you. 10 of Swords. 7 of Swords. Stab you in the fucking back. And God's going to say, oh, let's see. How are you going to handle it this time? I'm getting a very strong energy from at least one person here. My whole Tom story is your story. You went with the Casio, you exchanged, again, this is not to laugh at you or put you in a poor light. It's like a teaching example. You traded your Rolex for a Casio watch. I'm hearing somebody said a 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗀 watch, or wow, this guy ran all the way home. A Hello Kitty watch, right? I heard Dollar Tree watch. Anyway, you traded your Rolex for a Casio, and the Casio broke on you the first week, let's say. Meaning, you went with somebody else, right, that you thought was the better option, that you thought was better, or, oh, it's cheaper, I don't want to spend that much money on the, or like, you know, you maybe you're choosing between a Rolex and a Casio, and you're like, I don't want to spend that much money on the Rolex, I'm just going to get this Casio, right, and it breaks within a week, within a day. But what I'm getting at is that somebody's story is very similar to my first story about my first boyfriend in college, where he decided to go back to his ex-girlfriend. And they did show me pictures of the ex-girlfriend, and she does look like Miss Piggy. I'm not lying. Again, hey, not everybody has to be good looking. I understand that. But, I mean, I had to laugh. I'm going to be real with you guys. Because I thought, guys, come on, man, that's really low. And then later on, you know, because, you know, the people there were they had their ways of finding things out. And they said, look. Here's a picture of her. Because we found her on the internet, even though the internet wasn't as, like, great as it is now, right? That's her right there. I said, no way. It's like, yeah, look, we told her your name, right? That's her. See, she lives in Michigan. She goes to, I think she went to Michigan State. I said, oh boy, you guys weren't kidding. They said, you see? But anyway, I'm saying this because some of you are the one who traded the Rolex for the Casio, right? And then again, the person ended up cheating on you at the end, or they screwed you over, or because I was talking about money, right? Somebody took your bank account or credit cards and spent all this money on themselves. I actually read a text about this. It was in the comment section of a song that I saw on YouTube, and somebody sent this song to a girlfriend who was only with him for the money, and she spent $10,000 in jewelry without asking, without his knowing. And this was a girlfriend, this wasn't a wife. I think it was a girlfriend. And she spent all that money on herself, on jewelry, okay? Again, no judgment. And he took her to court and he won. So maybe somebody here is dealing with a situation like that. Or it's both. Somebody was only with you for money and they were just using you. It's like that Bruno Mars song, Smoking Out the Window. Oh, I'm only with him for the money. And then, you know, she's sleeping with other men, okay? Like she can't commit. It could be the other way around. Could be a rich woman, the guy's spending all your money and sleeping with other women. Again, it could go either way, but she spent so much money, a gold digger. Yeah, I mean, again, people do have underlying issues when they do stuff like that to people, okay? Everybody's got some story to tell. Everybody's got some karmic pattern to clear, to learn from, all right? But it sounds like this is actually someone's current situation, and you went with the Casio, right? You went with the lesser thing. You settled for someone. It could even be a job, guys, okay? let's say you had a choice between jobs and you went with the higher paying job because of the money you were getting, and you got burned. Somebody fucking sabotaged you and screwed you over, or they stole something from you, or I don't know what, or they fired you right after, or they threw you under the bus, or they promised you a promotion and they gave it to somebody else, I don't know, whatever. And it was just like a ploy because some of you were driven by the money. And this other job that you were offered, it had more flexible hours, you had more vacation time, it paid less, you were going to take a pay cut, but it was the thing you really wanted to do. Yet the ego kicks in, the greediness kicks in, and you pick the other job that had all this money, and wasn't it for you. You should have gone with what your heart told you to go with. So yeah, there's something here. I mean, I think a lot of you were in a situation like this, and you could be the one who was passed up. Okay? You cannot let that bother you anymore if it's still bothering you. Yeah, or someone took advantage, right? You're kind and you're nice and people take advantage of you. That happened to me all the damn time until I learned how to say no. Okay? No, I'm sorry. I love you, but I'm not doing that right now. Nope. It's me time. Nope. I'm not going to allow you to do that. Whatever. Again, there are very kind and generous people in this world, including myself, but I have to set boundaries. We all have to set boundaries. You got to draw the line somewhere. We got to draw the line somewhere. It's like Six of Pentacles. You also cannot enable somebody's behavior. It's like when you have children, those of you who have kids, your kid wants everything, but you know you can't give him everything because you're going to spoil them. It's like when I used to tell my son, hey, Mom, can I get these toys? Okay, sweetheart. Yeah, but you know what? You need to go find some toys in your toy box, and we're going to go to Salvation Army, and we're going to donate them. Okay, Mom. Right? Showing them appreciation for things, right? So that as they get older, they're not taking advantage, right? But then again, I mean, your kids even have their own path. So there's two things here, because some of you, you're the one who took advantage of somebody, and others of you, you're the one who's taken advantage of, right? In some capacity, job, relationship, whatever. You have to see the bigger picture in this. You have to understand what you were learning, no matter what side you are on. You are on. Okay? Anybody who's lurking around here, if you haven't heard, I am offering free readings to those who sign up for my newsletter. The link to sign up is in the description box. Well, if Jason, you want to put the link in the chat. If you go to my website, there will be a pop-up or something, or you scroll to the bottom of the page. If you sign up for my newsletter, somebody's nervous. Somebody's needing to get some truth out, and they're so fucking close to doing it. Like, if this is you, this is your time to do it, because you may not have any other time. If this is a sign for you to fess up, you have to have some hope here. But what I was trying to say is, if you sign up for my newsletter, okay, you will get a free reading. Just make sure you have the right email when you sign up for it, because if you're going to give me a fake one or whatever, it ain't gonna, you're not gonna. So let me read the chat. Okay, around Thanksgiving is Mercury retrograde. Okay. I mentioned something about Thanksgiving. Oh, I think I did, Cody. That was a long time ago. Hello, Mech World. How are you? Oh, Darshan. Welcome. Yeah, so Cody, you know, like everybody, you gotta set boundaries. You gotta set boundaries, period. Sometimes that's hard to do. Trust me, I was there before. I learned the hard way, but I learned. Right? I learned. So, you gotta learn how to say no, even with family. Right? You've got something planned for yourself, and then family comes in, or somebody, or a kid even. Oh, hey, you know, can you do this, or can I do that, whatever. Can you wait? Or say, not today, tomorrow, or not right now, later in the afternoon, whatever it is. Okay, I'm doing well, Mech World. How have you been? Again, guys, you know, a lot of this hope stuff stems from you really building a relationship with God, a very, very, very solid, very immersive one, something where, you know, oh, excuse me, somebody's yawning, somebody's tired, or somebody thinks I'm boring. If you think I'm boring, sucks for you. You can go watch something else that you find more entertaining. Having a relationship with God is really going to help you to understand what hope really means to you. It's going to help you get through the tests. It's going to help you get through the trying times, especially when you have like another thing come up that you think you've won, you think you've overlooked. There's something promising, and it seems like the promise gets dashed, or the dream just collapses, or whatever. It may be the end of a dream, or it may not be. You have to really talk to God and say, hey, yeah, I know you saw this. I know you found this truth. I know it seems like this isn't going to come to fruition, but I need you to have hope, because God is still going to give you signs and synchronicities. No, you stick with this. This is not the end, right? I'm hearing this is not the end for us. Cheer up. This is not the end of this. I'm just preparing you for something, right? And some of you may have come across something, or God's preparing you for a very cold, hard truth. And this could very well be God puts this in your face before this person tells you, and then now this person is like, oh shit, now I really need to come clean. I really need to confess, like Seven of Swords in the reverse. Thank you, Cody, for your comment. You're good at teaching others about life. Hey, I'm only good at that because of what I've experienced, right? We're supposed to utilize our experiences in life, our problems, our highs or lows with everybody else to lead by example, right? And I'm supposed to be able to learn to overcome these things. So when I teach these things, I give you guys hope. I give you guys inspiration. I help you with what you're going through. Because I've heard some people say, well, if Jess can get through it, so can I. If Jess can do it, so can I. Right? I sometimes see myself as a guinea pig. Well, God has told me I tend to be a guinea pig for other people. I go through all these things first, and those who are led to me, you end up experiencing them after I do. But the value in this is, wait, Jess talked about this. She said something about that. It didn't happen to me yet, but now it's happening to me now. Oh, this is how she handled it. This is how she overcame it. This is how she viewed it, right? This is how she was able to find hope again. That's what I'm here for. This is all what you are all here for, because you are teaching others too. And you have to remember that. Because people going around just feel, oh, this is hopeless. It's like Nine of Swords, full despair, remorse. Nothing's going to ever work out. Start changing your mindset. Think of the possibilities of how it can work out. Best case scenarios, not worst case scenarios. But again, there's some sort of risk you have to take, or some sort of action you need to take, and do what you know is right in your heart space. And following your heart is one of the most important things. You're going to have twists and turns. You're going to have highs and lows, just like the tides. The tide goes in and out, right? All the time, every day. The sun always sets to rise. It's that song called Paradise by Coldplay. Some of you need to listen to that to give you a boost of energy. I know during my low moments, I would listen to that song and it would really help me out. The sun will set to rise. It happens every day. It's always darkest before the dawn. Hi, Mech World. I am not doing free readings here, but if you're looking for that, if you sign up for my newsletter, I can give you a little bit of a hint, a little bit of guidance on your love life, but just be mindful, because if that's not what God wants you to know, then you're going to get something else. But I am not doing readings on this live stream. So yeah, I mean, what else can I say? But again, I'm utilizing my help. I'm utilizing my hurt, my disappointments, my lows, right? Even my highs, to help all of you. That's what I'm here for. We take those, again, you transmute it into light. Okay? And the big reward here was, I learned so much about myself and how not to allow anyone to take my power away, to take my worth away, to take my value. I do that, I've already lost. I failed my own self. And I failed God by doing that. And it's brought me to a greater state of bliss and peace, because I'm like, I feel free all the time. And sure, I may feel like all trapped and just like I have my low moments and I just want to be like, I'm done, this is bullshit, whatever. But you have to let that out. The difference is you don't let that fester. Okay? I'm hearing Uncle Fester, right? Adams family. Somebody's here, your last name is Adams? Or your first name is Adam? I just heard the name Adam Sandler. I don't know if someone's watching an Adam Sandler movie, or somebody's going to be Adam Sandler for Halloween, or you know Adam Sandler, or you are Adam Sandler, or I did say you might be watching an Adam Sandler movie. I'm hearing oh my God, Happy Gilmore. Either way, you are really coming up from a place, a high vibrational place, from God. When you are looking at your trials and tribulations in a much brighter light, and you're understanding the lessons in them, and finding the value in those lessons for yourself. And that's when you really grow. There's a lot of spiritual, physical, emotional, and mental growth there. You quoted Happy Gilmore today, Jason. That's fucking hilarious. So, Eric, yeah, you know, I don't know if I watched that movie in its entirety, but it doesn't matter. Get in the hoodie. Get in what? Get in the hole. Oh yeah, I can't read from here. Somebody's wearing a hoodie right now. It's black or blue or gray. It's yellow and blue on it. Oh my God, my guys are hilarious. I'm seeing a big M on it. I think we all know what university that is. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. I just heard, but we stay because we have hope. And I know what that means for me because someone very dear to me sent that to me in an email when I was going through my divorce a long time ago. And I just wanted to give up. I was losing all hope. It was like, add the word LESS to this. Woo. I was just so done. Like Ten of Swords. Like, I'm tired of this. I'm so fucking tired. The other day I was talking to Eric. I was just talking about some experiences, and I said, I was typing, I said, I'm so tired. And I really wanted to say, I'm so fucking tired, but I just said I'm tired. I didn't want to type out the other words. We do get to those places, guys. Don't sweep that under the rug either. Don't think that God's gonna be all mad at you because you're tired. If you keep saying you're tired like every day about something, there's something you gotta change about that. But every now and again, you can tell God, I've said it to him every now and again, God, I'm tired. When is this, when am I gonna have a breakthrough? When is this gonna be over? When is this gonna change for the better, you know? And you allow yourself to sit with God and have a talk or vent with somebody on a chat or something or whatever, and you move on from that. You just say, okay, take a breather. I'm still standing. I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm still healthy. Like, I'm still doing what God wants me to do. And you just have to have faith, right? Again, the hope is you've got to trust that God is doing a greater thing for you. And it's always hard. Oh yeah, Billy Madison's the other movie. So with that, it's like, what are you really going to, how are you going to view the circumstances you are in? It's like what I had to do, right? My life isn't consumed with stress, with tiredness, with weakness. I get to go and come as I please by the grace of God. God's putting me in a huge receiving mode right now to prepare me for other things, because I am preparing for other stuff, right? And even the most highly spiritual guru, teacher, whatever, high vibrational, they're still going to get tested. They're going to still have some monkey wrenches come in. But here's the thing. You know how to catch the monkey wrench and put it in your toolbox. And say, oh, where's that tool that I caught that other week, that other month, that other year? Oh, I know. One little twist of a wrench, and then you're done. All done, all fixed. It's like when little kids, all done, right? When they eat or they take a crap, whatever. All done. So we have to learn the lesson. And then pat yourself on the back when you've learned the lesson. And you pay off that karmic debt. And you start to realize how much you've changed for the better. Right? And you start to really, really, really understand what is of value. In your career, in your friendships, relationships, your lifestyle. Right? Like, you know, the career that I had, I was making a lot of money for my age, and that was great and everything, but I don't value that. I don't miss that. I mean, in a way I do, because I was able to do all these things. I had my own place and all this other stuff, whatever, but I value my time. I value my freedom, right? I get to go and come as I please. I value the fact that, you know, I get excited about what God has for me in that day, and what I'm going to learn, and how much more I'm going to grow, who I'm going to meet, you know, what I'm going to, what miracle I'm going to receive, what crazy sign and synchronicity is going to come through, which is what happened today when we were sitting with my family on the backyard, right? Which was, we were not planning that. God, I asked God for something this morning, and wow. And I said, well, there it is, God, why you didn't want me to go to the Pirate Fest with my son today. But everything happens for a reason. Yep, knowing that things in our lives will work out by the end. Yeah, we have to go with the flow. That is a great thing that Cody said. We have to learn to go with the flow. And our plans are going to be disrupted. Like, again, every time I want to go do something, I want to go somewhere, if God doesn't have a valid purpose for it and God tries to interfere with that, I don't force it. If God tells me to lay low, if God tells me don't go here, don't go there, or if I try to go and I plan it, God will put people in my family, whomever, something in my path to keep me from going there. And when I realized this, I said, I can't force it. As much as I want to go to this festival, whatever today, God's like, nope. And I know that God is protecting my energy too, because again, the veil is it's getting thinner. And God's like, I don't want you around these people today. I need you to be here. And that's a form of protection, right? I got to keep my auric field clear, even when I do these things, right? So, even when shit hits the fan and stuff occurs where it's like, why did this happen, God? It's not what I planned. It's not what I want. It's not what I asked for. Remember, God is smarter than you. The universe is smarter than you. The archangels are smarter. They're all more powerful than you too. They know what's up. They know what is better for you. When you think, out of some of you with very strong egos, very stubborn energies, you think you know what's better for you. You don't. Sometimes when you grow and you learn and evolve, you start to understand what really is better for you, what really works out for you. But no one person on this planet, no matter how high vibrational you are, no matter how far of a timeline you're on, no one's ever going to fully know what God has for you. You don't always fully know every little bit to the plan. You can know part of it. He will reveal certain things, but most of the time he doesn't. That's cheating, right? Life would be too easy if God revealed that to us. So, and we have to trust in that. But when I think about worst case scenario stuff, you have to always think, okay, this is a shitty time. This is a very tough time. This is a rough time. Something good is going to come out of it, because it does. There's a silver lining to everything. I highly believe that, because that's what God has shown me. Even the worst of the worst. But sometimes that happens to help us realize how strong we are, how valuable we are, and we can be of inspiration to people, even in our darkest moments. And they're supposed to go through those things to give people hope. Hope in ourselves, hope in God, and hope in other people. So I like what you said, Cody, about knowing that the things in our lives will work out by the end of it. Things will always work out. It may not work out the way you want them to, but they're going to work out. The only time when they don't work out for you, especially it's repetitive, if you don't believe in that, if you force your hand every time. If you try to control every little thing, then things are not going to work out for you for the better every time. It will look like it'll get worse and worse and worse and worse until you realize, you surrender, you let go of control, and you go with the flow and you trust what God is doing in your life. Because your fear will manifest into the worst case scenario if you exacerbate it. If it stays in your mind, your body, and soul for hours, days, weeks on end, years on end. It gets you nowhere but more despair, more hopelessness, more nightmares, more sleepless nights, whatever. More stress, more worry. When there really is nothing to worry about. Okay? There's always something missing in our lives from our sensing and knowing it. But I think it depends on other situations. God knows the most in all of it. You had to let things happen naturally. But there's also, again, with certain things that we're afraid to do, whatever it is, we still have to have hope, we still have to have faith, and just like know that it will be better. But you can't think of worst case scenarios. You can't have a negative mindset with things about things all the time. You can't have a negative mindset about things all the time. You're going to fall into a place of ruin. And you will never, ever be at peace if you keep fearing things, keep fearing the worst. I'm hearing something about somebody's son or kicking the bird out of the nest, right? We all have heard of that. We all know that the birds kick their babies out of the nest. Oh, no training, no whatever. Oh, you can fly. And the unfortunate thing is some babies, they do fall to their deaths. That's kind of, for that seems a little bit morbid to me, but I'm like, God has a purpose. Maybe those birds don't believe in themselves. I don't know. Who knows? We have to trust. Right? Faith, hope, and being positive in ourselves. So, even when it seems challenging and difficult, and there's dashed hopes all the time, you have to stay on course. Because again, God's testing your faith, your strength, your character. Are you going to keep going? Are you going to keep trusting what God is doing in your life? He rewards those who can really get through things, difficult times. And he rewards them in ways that are unfathomable, because it's God. God sees everything. He knows everything. We don't. And I know for me, sometimes I think something's good for me or something's going to work out for me. Nope. It's like with 𝗵𝗘 Wellness, right? I thought that was going to be my ticket. It was going to, like, this is it, God. You're leading me to this. And wow, I had some very big dreams with it, right? I mean, I was really shooting past the stars. That's how big they were. And I was very confident that I was going to achieve those until God was like, my channel started, flopping, if you will, 3D perspective. A financial situation changed for the worse again, 3D perspective. People started rejecting me, leaving me, backstabbing, whatever it was, being disloyal, whatever you want to call it. Again, everybody has their reasons. And I thought, oh man, I thought this was my path. And God's like, it is your path. But I had you build this for a reason. And even that with 𝗵𝗘 Wellness was another indication of, it was another test, because a lot of stuff that I built, that I created in my career as a systems engineer, it happened the same way. Dashed hopes, things not being materialized, things not being manifested the way I thought they were going to be manifested. A dream not coming true, a goal not being attained. But I did achieve other dreams and other goals that I didn't know I wish I had. Because here's one thing, guys. A lot of us, when we want to achieve goals and dreams, dream home, dream life, dream wife, dream husband, dream girl, dream guy, dream horse, dream ice cream. Somebody's eating ice cream. Dream I'm hearing dream on, right? As Aerosmith. Dream everything. Dream life. The life. But people don't really dream about freedom, peace, joy, bliss, tranquility, excellent health, right? Self-confidence, strong hope, strong faith. No, but most people don't really put that as a dream, as an aspiration, as a goal. You see how warped that is, but that's only because we've been conditioned by the 3D world to think that way, or to not think that way. What are your dreams in life? To build a successful business, to be a singer, to be an astronaut, to be a pilot, to be a baseball player, to be a well-renowned concert pianist, whatever it is. Sometimes those are the dreams that are realized for people, if that is their purpose, their path. Sometimes it is their purpose and their path, and then all of a sudden they're no longer a pianist, they're no longer a systems engineer like me, they're no longer a baseball player. They're a this, they're a that, they're a this, but all that stuff, the dashed dream, the goal that was attained, but then it just, there's no longevity in it, it was to prepare for the even better thing, and to be example to others. Like, again, my first business, it didn't go the way that I thought, and God told me to start another one, and I was like, God, I hear you, I do, and I love you to death, but why? Everything that I try, that I do, and I have hope, and I'm really confident in myself. I have all this confidence that I never thought I had, and it keeps building. And I'm like, God, why do you want me to start over again? And then the fear kicks in, and then the hopelessness kicks in. Like, then again, I'm thinking of the failure. It's not going to work out. It's going to be the same shit, different day. But I can't go into that thinking that way. I can't. I have to have faith in myself and trust in what God is leading me towards. Right? Because here's the thing, guys. It's setting you up for something even better. And you know what the 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃 thing did for me? It really helped me out with not being in a stressful situation as a single parent. Doing myself in. Who knows what my health would have been like by now? Who knows what my life would be like right now? I'm sure it would be utter and total chaos. Not happy. Running around like a chicken with its head cut off. Right? I wasn't dreaming about freedom. And at some point I was praying to God, God, just give me more days off and, you know, longer vacations or whatever. And God gave me the vacation of a lifetime. Even though I'm still working on myself and I'm still doing my mission work, I have a lot of downtime. I have a lot of freedom. My abilities have skyrocketed. My health has gotten even better than it was before. I'm at complete peace. And I get to enjoy the things like I really enjoy, like sitting by the pool, eating my breakfast, and having my cup of tea afterwards. How many people can do that on a daily basis? Very few. And that's something that I have to be grateful for, right? Even though I am still in my parents' house. And I know what God's doing. He's like, well, Jess, if you don't appreciate this, well, guess what? I'm not going to give you what I have for you. If you can't appreciate, you can't still be happy without the things you once had. And all these other things that I thought were going to work out, God's like, I'm just giving you something even better than what you thought you were going to receive. And he was so right. And right now, I don't need to be changing 1 billion lives or anything like that. Could come later down the pike for me, but I have to know that I'm making a profound difference in somebody's life somewhere. I know I'm already doing that now for a few people, right? The more negative we are in ourselves, the more negative things will happen. So it's important to stay positive in ourselves and to stay positive in ourselves. Not staying positive in ourselves is not only. Okay, sorry, Cody. I kind of couldn't read that there because the grammar is a little bit off. Again, I'm not. You know what I'm not doing. So I'm having a hard time reading that because of the English. It will work out by the end of it. It all works out in the end. Because God wants us to be happy. It's just that our view of happiness and our paths to achieve happiness are not the same as what God has for us, but it's more about joy. Joy is a higher frequency of happiness because the joy comes from within, right? You got to do the things that bring you joy. It's as simple as, like I said, me having my breakfast, a power breakfast, out by the pool or in the front porch, and then having my cup of tea afterwards and just enjoying the view. The wind, even if it rains, like listening to the birds, having blue jays come up in front of me type of thing. It's something worth noting. Something as simple as enjoying your breakfast, your tea in a beautiful environment. And God's like, see, I've led you to enjoy these things. Because God knows I love being in nature. He knows I love my tea time. He knows He loves my power breakfast and things and a bunch of other things. Right? Walks out in nature, talks with my son, whatever. Laughing with family. Like, we had a great talk about some very serious things and we had great laughs too. And I also have to value that. And here's the thing, because I'm Aquarius moon, I love being by myself a lot. I love being independent, but I also had to learn to socialize more, right? They wanted to keep me from going to first grade because they said I had social issues. Because back then they didn't know that I was considered autistic, but that wasn't a thing back then. But I had social issues. I didn't really speak, right? When they talk about the nonverbal kids, I did talk. I was very, my vocabulary was very advanced by the time I got to kindergarten. But I would shy away from other people and I would not speak up in front of others, okay? So they wanted to keep me they wanted to put me in pre-first as opposed to first grade just because of my lack of social skills, but I was the smartest kid in the class. And my mother stepped in and said, oh, hell no, she's going to first grade. And I went to first grade. But anyway, God always has plans for everything. And again, it's not going to go according to what we're thinking. Because God has the bigger, wider view of everything for all of us. And we just have to go in there, like, again, I need to trust in this and not to lose hope, not to give up on yourself, not to give up on what brings you joy, on what makes you fulfilled. And then what happens is God blesses you with more. He blesses you with things you didn't even ask for. Okay. And this includes people. The people that God sends you in your life. Right? And sometimes He can send people, you know, it's kind of like a facade. They may look, you know, be nice and be cool and calm and collected or whatever, and then there may be something going on behind the scenes, and it could be another test to see how you deal with that. But again, if you look at Jesus Christ, He was betrayed a lot. We're not looking at Judas here. We're looking at a lot of people. Family, friends from his time. Right now, prophet is welcomed in his own hometown. Even friends and family turned their backs on him. A lot of people were after him. A lot of people hated him. A lot of people wanted him dead. Peter denied him 3 times. Judas, according to what we know, betrayed him, right? But it wasn't just those people. But what did Jesus do? He still forgave. And he knew it was going to happen. And he still called Simon Peter and Judas as disciples. He still brought them into his circle. And he loved them just the same. And it's sad because a lot of people want to look at Simon Peter, especially Judas, is like, I know, and this is how I used to be when, you know, because I used to be a devout Catholic. The term Judas does not sit well with people. And Judas did write a book. It's in the Gnostic Gospels, okay? But why do you think they took the book of Judas out? They also took the book of Thomas out. They also took the book of Mary Magdalene, right? Mary Magdalene's accounts. Can you imagine if the Bible still had the book of Judas? I bet you $1 bazillion people would be questioning that. Why is Judas in here? Bad man. He betrayed Jesus. He is not worthy. He is evil. Blah, 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 blah. But did you know Judas? Did any of us know Judas? No. There are a lot of people on this planet like Judas, okay? We all have Judases in our lives. You can't judge somebody unless you know all the facts, right? I had a channeling of the whole thing with Judas and Jesus a long time ago, but my guys are reminding me of this, but I cannot talk about that here because that's for someplace else. And it is very different from what we know about Judas in the real world. So, the point being here is, again, even Jesus had hope in his disciples. He was psychic, okay? Prophet is equivalent to a psychic. Don't get it twisted. Jesus foresaw the future. And he knew it was going to happen with those 2 disciples. And there's other things too, but we're focusing on these 2 because those are the 2 most well-remembered disciples, okay? But he still called them in as his brothers. He still loved them just the same. He still let them in. I think some of you may need to ask yourselves, if you knew you were going to be betrayed, if you knew you were going to be denied 3 times, you were going to be undervalued, unappreciated, people were going to backstab you, whatever, would you still let them in? Would you still let them in? Eric. That's okay, Cody. Again, Cody, I didn't want you to feel bad. I was just trying to better understand what I was writing. Don't worry about it. I hope you're joking, Eric. Anyway. Again, Cody, don't... you say you didn't get much education in your earlier years. It's okay. I'm just making sure that I understand what you are trying to convey. That is it. Right? I didn't say the grammar is off, whatever, because it technically is, but I'm trying to better understand what you said. But anyway, we'll just leave that. So, again, with the Judas thing, right? If you knew you were going to be betrayed, would you still let that person in? And some of you are kind of in this right now because you've been the Jesus who've let those people in. Maybe you were psychic. Maybe you sensed that somebody was going to screw you over royally or something. You were going to get burned or whatever, and you didn't trust your intuition or whatever. Or you listened to your intuition. You said, okay, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And it came true. They did screw you over. They did deny you 3 times. They did backstab you, right? And now you may be in a situation like that again. Here's where the hope comes in. And you're afraid of letting somebody in because of all the betrayal, because of all the backs being turned on you. You should have grown by now, and you should trust in your intuition anyway. When you're letting someone back in, or you're letting someone in, period. New, old, whatever. I'm hearing like a rekindling of an old flame, an old relationship, an old friend, an old family member, like from the past. I'm seeing 6 of Cups. I'm also hearing Foolish Heart by Steve Perry when he went solo from Journey. Foolish heart, hear me calling. Stop before you start falling. Right? You've been wrong before. Don't be wrong anymore. Right? So Steve's talking about... Is there a Steve here? I think there's a Steve here. Somebody knows a Steve. Somebody's talking about... So what Steve's talking about is... My heart feels for this woman. I followed my heart and I got burned. I followed my heart again and I got burned. I followed my heart to this job, to this place, whatever, and it didn't work out. It didn't work out. It didn't work out. But is that really your truth? I'm sure it worked out somehow, some way. And now some of you are in this thing again. I don't know, my heart's telling me this. My heart's telling me that. What if it happens again? Right? You're thinking it's Judas, but it's not. And even if it happens again, what did you learn the last few times where you followed your heart and you got betrayed, or whatever that is for you? You got let down. You got disappointed. What are you learning? A lot of people, a lot of you guys focus so much on the hurt, on the 3 of Swords energy, of the disappointment, the grief, the loss, the separation. You're never separated from God, or anybody else for that matter. You focus too much on the negative, on the bad, what you perceive as bad. You focus too much on what's not going right. If you're watching this right now and you're breathing air, that's something going right for you, is it not? Something as simple as that. If you're able to watch this, your phone still works, or you're able to pay your phone bill, right? That's something going right for you. You're being led here because you're getting guidance, you're getting wisdom, right? It's opening your eyes to something. That's going right for you. But with that, you are the one who has to take action and follow the guidance. And have hope in that whatever it is you know you need to do or change, it will work out. May not be easy, but it will work out in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, the whole Judas Jesus story, there's way more to that than what's in that book. Okay. So, know that we can't be afraid of something that hasn't happened yet. It's like anxiety energy. Again, there's a lot of 9 of Swords here. We can't be afraid of what might happen because it might not happen. Or if your gut knows that it's just not right for you, or there's something off, listen to it, back off maybe, don't go that route. Right? you want to be inviting, you want to be giving, you want to do, but then again, or you get a sign, God confirms, nope, don't go that path, nope, that's not for you, or whatever. Or God keeps sending you signs and synchronicity to a person's name, to a symbol, to a city, to a business, a word, or whatever. And it's like, okay, God's telling me something here. You go with that. God's not going to be showing these things to you to lead you down the opposite way. He doesn't waste his time like that. But that's why I talk about building a relationship with God. Hi, 𝗂𝗄𝗄. How are you? Welcome. I think, Jason, did you fall asleep? I think Jason fell asleep, even though it's like midnight over there. So, I'm still hearing the 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 Foolish Heart song. But again, guys, we will grow, learn, and evolve. We'll get better. We'll heal. But there's still going to be disappointments. There's still going to be some sort of sorrow somewhere. There's still going to be some sort of letdown. It's about how we respond to it as opposed to how to react to that. It's about how we learn from that, how we grow from it, how we don't let it strip us of our power and our worth and our value. And it doesn't take us away from God. I've gotten much better with the disappointments and, you know, I was hoping for this, hoping for that, didn't work out. I'm like, okay, it wasn't for me. It's either not for me at all or it's not for me now. Remember, it depends, because something can be for you, but it's not the right time for it, or something's not for you at all, and you just let that go because God's got something better. 𝗂𝗄𝗄 just woke up. What time is it over there? Well, thanks for joining us. Oh, you're still there? Okay. So my guides are kind of like, I'm hearing like winding down. Somebody is like falling asleep, or someone's like, it's like someone is getting tired or they're about to go to bed. But like my voice is like you know, when some people listen to these nighttime bedtime stories, right? Nighttime bedtime stories, whatever, you know what I'm saying. And it could be helping them fall asleep or helping them with their anxiety. Like someone's very anxious about something. So here's the weird thing, because I am getting ready to close this out. They do want me to pull a card. Let's see. All right. Don't forget, anybody who's listening, if you would like a free reading from me, my guides have told me you can get one if you sign up for my newsletter. Those of you who've already signed up for my newsletter, you are still part of this. I just heard someone needs to get with the program. This is Archangel Michael coming through. Someone needs to get their shit together. Someone has not been listening to the divine guidance, and they're backsliding. They're having to redo what they have undone. They undid. Whoa. Somebody help me with the grammar there. They're undoing, this is like 12th house stuff. They're undoing something that they've rebuilt or something like that. Oh, by the way, to those of you who are my members or who have access to the monthly live streams and stuff, we're gonna have that the week after the Halloween party. The Halloween party is on the 30th, because there's something important that needs to come through, and this is a private live stream, not YouTube. Whatever that date is, I don't know if that's November 6th, 7th, or whatever. Just make sure, if you can, to be there, because there's going to be something important that needs to be disseminated there. Anyway, if you're not a member yet and you feel like you want more help, you want to join my inner circle, where again, Zoom, you get to see everybody, you get to talk to everybody else, and build again a new soul tribe, have some camaraderie with people, get some additional support other than me. You sign up for a membership, you can be part of those monthly live streams, other group sessions, if you're drawn to that. Again, everything is in the description box for more information, or to go sign up for a membership. I'm hearing what you invest is what you get back. But it's like the Six of Pentacles, though. What you put in, if you're really making an effort and you're really growing, learning, and evolving, and you're finding the value in what you're investing in, you're going to get way back more than what you put in. It's like beyond the Seven of Pentacles type of energy. It's beyond, it's like the harvest you will reap from what you're sowing ends up being greater than what you thought. Like I heard somebody say, you have rose seeds, right? And you have a rose garden. So you go plant the rose seeds. There's something about roses here. Somebody wants to give somebody roses, or somebody got a rose, or rose is also a peace offering, right? War the roses. You plant the rose seeds, and you're seeing the rose bush, like, right? Rose bush, right? Oh, look at all this work I've been putting in, right? You got to put work into it. You can't just sow a seed and just leave it to grow on its own. No, God does the miracle part of the growth part. You got to do your part: sun, water, care, whatever, soil. Why'd I hear foil? Somebody's unwrapping something with foil. Somebody put something in foil. I don't know why that came through. But then you start to realize, instead of the roses, hydrangeas come up. Stargazers come up. Stargazers are my absolute favorite flower. I do like roses too, but stargazers are my, lilies are my big one. You've got other exotic plants growing. And you're like, holy shit. All I planted was rose seeds in my garden. This is what I talk about. What you put in is what you get back. But for a lot of you, you give more than what you're asked for, or you contribute more, or you invest more, or whatever, or you value those things, whatever it is. Your rose garden will turn into like some tropical haven or whatever it is. And all you did was plant rose seeds, and you took care of that garden. Okay? It's like, you know, it's like when I bought my Volvo. I had a choice between the Volvo. I was thinking the Volvo and the BMW X5, right? But you know what? As opposed to looking at the brand name, I was looking at what do I really value? And I valued safety because I was planning on having a child. And I ended up giving birth to my son a year, almost to the T, after I got my Volvo XC90. Because I was in a car accident when I was 12 in my mom's Volvo station wagon. And I'll never forget that day, because the paramedics said if you were in a different car, your legs would have gotten smashed. And we all know if your legs get smashed, there's a possibility of paralysis or something, right? A leg being taken off. We got to cut off your leg, Jess. Who knows? And I said to myself that day, it was my grandfather's birthday. I had the birthday cake in my hand, in my lap, I think it was. My youngest sister was in the back seat. Dad was driving, and I said, God, if I can get a Volvo when I'm older, that's what I'm going to get. And God led me to a choice. And my dad had a few Beamers growing up, and I really liked those cars too, right? High-end cars. Volvos were there too, but Volvos weren't really looked at like that. But I was looking at the safety factor of it. And because I valued the safety of the XC90 over the aesthetics or the brand name of the BMW, I bet you anything, God has allowed me to keep my miracle car, my Volvo, to this day with everything that I've been through with it, because of the choice that I made of what I really valued. And I planted that seed, but I took good care of that car. I made sure that I had to get the repairs it needed, right? Oil changes, the tire, everything. And, you know, the upkeep too. I was grateful for that car. I took excellent care of it. And I know that's part of it, but God did the rest. Because I thought at some point, sometimes I still think about it. I don't want to think about it. That like my car's just gonna, that's it, it's done. But listen when I tell you, I valued that car because of the safety of it. Because again, I was planning to have a child. And whatever babies I was carrying in there, especially myself being pregnant, I wanted to make sure that everybody in that car was safe. Not just my kids or whatever, everybody who drove in that car was going to be safe if, God forbid, something happened. And when God sees what you're really valuing, oh, he's going to bless that thing magnanimously that you're valuing, or he's going to really add more value, more blessings, more miracles into your life when you make choices like that. Okay. Ooh, 𝗷𝗂𝗄, you have a rose garden? Can you send pictures? Would you be able to send pictures and put it in the community page on the app? I bet everybody would love to see those. There's a purpose why I'm saying that, 𝗷𝗂𝗄. I mean, again, it's your choice, but I would love to see it. I would love to see it for one. I'm sure everybody else would love to see it too. So that's really cool, 𝗷𝗂𝗄, that you've got a rose garden. See, I'm talking about rose gardens because there's a message for you. Okay, so they do want me to pull, I guess they want me to do the shuffling, not pull just one card. So let's see what happens. Holy Spirit, Archangels, Galactic Families, Pleiadians, Sirians, Jesus, Mary, Mother, Mary, please reveal to us for highest good. What is the final guidance you have for this collective with what we've been talking about? I heard just do it already. Somebody's like Two of Pentacles, Two of Swords, going back and forth on doing something. This is why I'm doing this. A lot of people, like, have hope, okay? It's going to work out. It's going to be a little bit wonky, but you're feeling something. You know what fulfills you. You know what you need to do. You know what's in your heart. So trust in it. What is the final guidance for this collective with regards to having hope, or whatever it is they need to have hope with? Please and thank you. Wow. I was not expecting this guy to show up. You see why I channeled Get It Done already? Whatever the hell I just said, I was take action, just do it. Look who came out, guys. There's strong Aries energy here. Whether you're Aries or not, you're dealing with Aries, it doesn't matter. But here's the thing. It's the fucking Emperor, guys. This is big, dig energy right here. Frankenstein. Somebody's watching The Bride of Frankenstein. They're going to be Frankenstein for Halloween, or there's something pertaining to Frankenstein for some of you, not all of you. You see how he's got this chain at the nape of his neck? Some of you think like you're chained to something. Like, I can't break free of this, but you're freaking Frankenstein. You can get out of anything. This is divine masculine energy. Okay? That's big shit right there. This is the dude or woman, okay, who says, I know what I want, I'm going to take action on it, and I know I'm going to get it because I have hope that I'm going to have that thing that I really want, that I really desire, that I'm really looking at, that I want to achieve, that I want to have. He doesn't hesitate. He takes big dick risks, okay? He doesn't sit there marinating on them. He doesn't give in to fear because he has God confidence shooting through his body. This is taking the lead on something, okay? This is being an entrepreneur, being the CEO, your own boss, whatever. This could be business related for some of you. And some people can look at a Frankenstein as an intimidating monster, but is he really a monster? Right? We all know that usually when they portray, like in movies and stuff, Frankenstein's supposed to be really tall. You need to stand tall in what you're doing, okay? You need to be towering over people. You need to intimidate people, but not in a controlling way. That is a distorted masculine. And he came up in the upright, by the way. If you saw how the card flipped out, it was a smack, okay? You can rewind this video. You could probably hear it. That guy flipped out, but it was a smack. Like, it's like, wake up. Wake up and smell the coffee. Smell the hummus, right? You kind of need to intimidate yourself, as weird as that sounds, and just get this done already. Because the Emperor also talks about success. This will be successful for you. It will be a greater success than what you think it's going to be. He has all the hope and faith in the world because he has mastered a lot of things in his life. He's learned a lot of lessons. He's learned from his mistakes, and he's starting to go to God to everything. This is why I talked about building a relationship with God is paramount here. It's what I've been doing, okay? I wouldn't have the God confidence I have if I wouldn't have built my relationship and strengthened it with God, okay? But you got to believe in yourself. He believes in himself all the time. He's not afraid of worst case scenarios. He's not afraid if he's going to fail, if it's not going to work out, whatever, because he knows at some point, like what Cody was saying, it's going to work out in the end. Some way, somehow. You just need to have big cojones here and take action on it without hesitating, without overthinking. And look what's at the bottom of the deck. They're just confirming what I've been channeling. It's the Knight of Cups. There's fire and water here. Fire and water makes steam, okay? There's something steamy here. Combining the elements. He is the one who follows his heart. You do what makes your heart flutter. You follow the path. It's a spiritual quest. That's what the Knight of Ghosts, the Knight of Cups represents. Okay? You could be a water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, or you're dealing with a water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. There's something about Chiron and Aries for somebody, or something in the Aries placement of your chart. Either it's poorly aspected or highly aspected. There's something here where now... North Node is in Aries right now, so maybe some of you are benefiting. Something's hitting your North Node of Aries, if your Aries is North Node, or the Aries North Node where it is right now. It's fueling you to do something. This is the guy. With the way I look at this card is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He's pursuing his happiness. This guy doesn't give two fucks what anybody else thinks, because he's like, you know what? I'm going to do what makes me happy, damn it. I'm going to stop. He doesn't conform to society. He conforms to God. He listens to God, and God speaks to us through our heart space. We gotta stop looking at the 3D world and thinking this is what you're supposed to do. This is how you're supposed to handle this. This is supposed to how you're supposed to live your life. Does it make any sense to you when you're following what everybody else does and you're fucking miserable? And you don't feel good about yourself? You've lost all confidence, you've lost all faith, you've lost all hope. It's because you're not following your heart. It's because you're not doing what makes your heart flutter. This is like also creativity, music, the arts. I'm looking at 3 of Wands right now here. See, it's expansion. It's manifesting your dreams. He's a big dreamer. The Page of Cups is the dreamer here. Okay? But some of you need to move up the level. You need to step up your game. Get out of the fucking page energy. Stop being a little kid here, right? And realize those dreams. Whatever this is, right? Something of the arts, something that you put your creative stuff into it. That is divine feminine energy. We have been programmed and conditioned to not follow our divine feminine energy when it comes to making a living out of creative things, okay? It's like people who create YouTube videos. You are a creator, but you do it in the way that makes you joyous. You love doing it for the sake of doing it. You're not doing it to pay a bill. You're not doing it to get views. You're not doing it to get followers. You're not doing it to get money or anything. You're doing it because you love it. You put your heart, soul into this thing. When God gives you the gifts and the talents with this Knight of Cups, and you put your heart, soul, everything that you love. There's some strong energy with music here for some of you. He will bless you with a tremendous amount of success. It could very well be financial in nature because that is tied to the Emperor. But the bigger thing here is you feel on top of the world, right? Like this Frankenstein energy here. You feel tall. You feel like I have this power to take on anything. Because you do, because you're a child of God, right? God isn't just some entity that we pray to. We go to church because we're gonna go to hell because we're not worshiping God or some shit. No, we're gonna be in purgatory if we don't do what we love. Because God gave us something that we're very gifted at, that we're very talented at. Because it's going to bring us the joy and the peace that we need. We're going to be, again, with the water energy, with the Knight of Cups, we're going to be in a state of flow, instead of tranquility and peace. And everything's just going to go, it's smooth sailing. It's going to just work out in a beautiful way. But the path to that joy and that happiness, that heart fluttering energy, is through our feminine, divine feminine nature, not distorted feminine nature. It's through our creative abilities. We're falling in love with ourselves. We're falling in love with something that just sparks our interest. It livens us up. It boosts our energies. You all know what that is, so why are you hesitating? Why was I channeling Steve Perry's foolish heart? This is here. He doesn't want to be a fool, and he doesn't want to be disappointed when he follows his heart. Because some of you have followed your heart and you got disappointed. It's exactly what happened to me when God said, leave that fucking job and that salary and those people and that house and all those things. And I followed my heart, and God said, Jess, this is what you need to do. And I grew a pear, a big ass pear that was bigger than my face. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to fucking do this because I know it's going to work out. I'm good at what I do. I'm going to get better every day. Again, this is also business, building a business, okay? Being my own boss. You gotta boss up, guys. You cannot stay stagnant. You gotta keep moving up the ladder. If you want things beyond your wildest dreams to be materialized into the physical world, And even though, again, Steve Perry's foolish heart, I don't be wrong anymore, God. I keep following my heart and I keep listening to you, but why do I keep being disappointed? Why do I keep being rejected? Why do I keep running into the same shit? Right? That's a 3D ego way of looking at it. Why have I not seen what I've been working so hard for? I'm so confident in myself, God. I know I'm a success. I'm not a failure. I'm fucking great at what I do. That's Emperor energy here, right? Nobody can dethrone the Emperor. Nobody takes this guy out. He's going to make it work come hell or high water. But you know what this guy masters? He overcomes the disappointments. And he still has hope. And he still follows his heart. He still listens and trusts his intuition. Because he knows at some point, like again Cody said, it's going to work out. The success is you doing what brings you joy. That is your purpose here, period. And you cannot give two fucks about what anybody else says. Okay? I've been through that. With the money I made and the prestigious job that I had, I bet you $1 bazillion, people were like, what the fuck did Jess do? Is she stupid? Is she crazy? Why is she following her heart? Why is she starting a YouTube channel and building a spiritual business? That's not what she went to college for. Why is she doing these videos? I know it. I know it. I'm not a fucking idiot. People don't have to say stuff to my face for me to know that that's what they've been saying behind my back. Yeah, well, 𝗟𝗫, like 𝗟𝗫 said, God's never going to forsake you or abandon you. He needs you to trust in what he's leading you towards. And God, again, God speaks to us through our heart space. He wants us to be happy. I said he would rather disappoint us to destroy us. When we don't follow our heart, when we don't listen and trust our intuition, we are lured further away from joy than anything else, and we end up leading more towards destruction or complete grief, like unending grief or something, or total utter chaos. I'm hearing like massive tower after tower after tower. So whatever this is, it's gonna work out bigger than what you were realizing. Success is yours. You know what I'm seeing? Scarface. The world is yours. It's like that song, what's his name? I was listening to it just the other day. Hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Right? No, it's the other one. It's that's one of the songs. Rick Ross. That wasn't the song I was into. It was the other one. Hold on. I'm playing it in my head. Oh my God, I can't remember the title. It's gonna kill me. Oh shit. Anybody know the other Rick Ross song? Some of you don't know what it is. Put it in the chat. Dude, I don't know why I'm blanking out on it, because I was listening to it just earlier this week. Anyway, he says the world is yours in that song. Oh my God. And maybe it'll come to me later. Either way, it's Scarface, right? He took the bull by the horns. This is not Taurus energy. Maybe you have Taurus in your chart, but where you're dealing with a Taurus, or you are a Taurus, whatever the hell that is. You're taking matters into your own hands and saying, fuck this shit, I'm gonna do what I want, what really brings me joy. 𝗵𝗂𝗋𝗃, the song, one of Rick Ross's songs is Hustlin', but there's another one and it's just, I can't remember. You've got to do this. This is taking action now. Okay? Eric said, the world is ours. But you've got to do the things that you know you need to do without fear, without hesitation, and create the world that God wants you to live. Yes, we live in the world that we see now, but you can create a world within that world that is meant for you. Meant for you, and maybe some other people that align with it. He's carrying a rolled up paper like a scroll. This is not the Page of Cups, but I am getting a messenger. This knight is about to deliver something to you, or you need to deliver something to somebody. Termination of paper, something about a resignation letter for some of you. Okay. Here's my resignation letter. I did hear, whoa. Remember I was channeling letters at the beginning of this live? He's carrying a letter. Some of you, it's a love letter. It's a heartfelt gesture. This could also be a marriage proposal for some of you. An invitation to a social event, going on a romantic date, a romantic trip, because knights do travel, traveling over water. This is night, the background is nighttime, so there's that. It's nighttime back here too. Almost all the cards are at nighttime, but I'm picking up on that. So this guy has armor on. Some of the knights don't have armor on, but he's not rushing in. He's just trotting. Right? He's just trotting. Whatever noise that was. Here's what's interesting. He has armor on. He's prepared for anything, right? But he's not going to acquiesce. He's not going to back down. If he wants something, no. If I get a no, I'm going to push a little bit for it, but not in an aggressive way. He's got a blue robe or something, or whatever you want to call it, over his armor. Do knights really do that? There's something about dressing nicely, but preparing. You can prepare for the worst, but don't expect the worst. Expect the best, but prepare for the worst. But here's the thing. Don't even prepare for the worst. Just expect the best and leave it at that. But he has the armor on because he's like, okay, if I get rejected, or if I burn a bridge with my employer, or they sabotage me or gossip about me or make my life hell, whatever it is, I'm protected. But you're protecting yourself because you're not letting anything get to your heart space when you deliver this letter, when you put in your 2 weeks, whatever that is. Okay? But again, I was getting very strongly, there's some people who are already at the divine masculine Christ level. You're ready. The Emperor is, you're ready. You're ready to go. You're ready to do this. You've boosted up a lot of confidence in yourself. You're really connecting with God. And God's telling you in your heart, hey, this is going to be fine. Everything's going to work out just fine. You just need to pull the trigger. Not in that sense when I was talking about the gun to your head. Not that. Anything with suicide? Absolutely not. You are going to be in a worse place than hell if you do that. So if you've been contemplating that, you better get the fuck away from that. Because God's telling you right now, there's hope. It's going to work out for you. It's not the end for you. It's the beginning. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. This is the beginning of a better more healthier, more successful life for you. But remember, it's not success with money. It's not success with your house, okay, your car, your bank account, your certificates, your degrees. No, that is not how we define success from a higher vibration. That is not how God views success either. When you get to the pearly gates, God is not going to ask you, hey, how big was your house? How much money did you leave in your bank account for your family? Like what car were you driving when you died? No. That doesn't get you through the gates of heaven. It doesn't get you through peace on earth. It doesn't. God's going to ask us, did you follow your heart? Did you live life? Did you love life? Did you fall in love with yourself? Did you fall in love with life? Did you do what makes your heart flutter? Did you do what makes you happy? That's success right there. And you're loving every moment of it, right? Even through the ups and downs and the disappointments, you're still doing what you love. But there's something here with some divine masculines. This is a huge energy of you've been sitting on this for a bit. You've been wanting to do this and you retract. And this is about inviting the feminine to something. Could be, it's funny because Cody was talking about Thanksgiving. A holiday event could be Christmas. Christmas is coming up. Halloween, maybe even. Shit. This could come a little faster than what I'm thinking. This is a romantic gesture. I did talk about roses earlier, right? This is a hopeless romantic. I do get strong Pisces energy with this. But again, this water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, but let's not get hung up on the water signs here. It could be placements in the chart, all right? So, if you are the divine masculine here, you are being given confirmation. It's time to go. You're ready. It's time to take the lead. Because it's going to work out. Because a lot of you divine masculines are dealing with a true divine feminine, because the divine feminine is going to be accepting of this offer. This is also a love offer, right? A romantic date, trip, whatever. The flowers, a gift, something like that. The letter, a poem, a song. Because I also get that Knight of Cups could also be, you wrote a song from your heart, and now you need to deliver it to the feminine. Something like that. You put your heart and soul into this. It's coming from you, your authentic self. And you need to be confident that whatever you wrote, whatever you created, is worthy of giving. And the recipient is going to be very happy to receive this. That's for some of you, not for all of you. The majority of you, this is you starting your own business, being your own boss. Okay, everybody can do this, right? That's what I did. And even though it did not turn out to what I wanted, and money was part of it, okay, I ended up getting way more than what I thought I would get out of the first business that I created and that I owned. Freedom, peace, joy, the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We've fucking lost all touch with the original principles of what this country was built upon. I've said this before in one of my lives. Now it's come down to, it's not life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It's more like the pursuit of money, material things, degrees, whatever it is, social status, whatever the fuck it is. The pursuit of more followers, the pursuit of more likes, the pursuit of more views. What is that going to do for you? Nothing. Are you really going to validate yourself by those numbers? That's statistics. That's analytics. How does that shit give you joy? Explain that to me, please. If anybody has an explanation for that, put it in the chat. Tell me how numbers and analytics and statistics are going to give you absolute joy, like your cup is running over with that shit. With your bank account numbers, with how big square footage of your house, whatever the fuck that is. You can have all the shit in the world, all the money in the world. If you're not happy right now, you're not living. That's what your purpose is here. And don't worry about anybody else is going to think. I already went through that. I worked hard to get my computer science degree. I did all these things. 20 years. I thought was like a waste. No, it wasn't. Because I started completely over, and I'm living a way hell better of a life, whatever the hell I just said, than I ever did the past 39 years or whatever. Because I started this around when I was 39. Yeah, I did. And I'm not worried about it that I'm in my 40s right now. I could give two shits. I feel like I'm 4. Take away a number. I don't feel 44, that's for sure. And I'm going to be very bold in saying this with this Emperor energy that's coming through me. I know I am more successful than the majority of people that I ever met in my life. It's a bold statement to make because it's a fact. It's truth. I'm healthier. I'm wiser. I'm happier. I have a lot more freedom than so many people combined. Again, I get to come and go as I please. While I may not have the money that I used to make or have the money that these other people I know are making, I don't value that anymore. I'm appreciative of it. I do value money, right? It does pay bills. It does buy us food and gas and these things, necessities. But that's not what defines me. It doesn't drive my life. Money comes and goes. I'm not going to live the rest of my God knows how many years I'm going to be on this planet living in misery, being tied and bound to the devil, which is being tied and bound to a job, to your bank account. Again, that's not living. So, majority of you, this is pursuing your happiness or like being your own boss, starting your own business, whatever that is, but you have to trust. Even if it doesn't work out the way you think, you just wait, because something even bigger and better is going to come from it. Because if you give up because it so-called fails, you've already lost. You've already lost. You failed yourself. Why am I hearing soiling yourself? Okay, that's a little weird. Thank you, Eric. That's fantastic, Eric. Thanks for putting that. Money is valuable. You don't have to value it. You could put some value in it, again, because it gives us food, water, whatever, right? But you're not tied to it like it's a death grip. You don't have a death grip on money, okay? We all know money doesn't bring you happiness. Material things don't bring you happiness. They just don't. A lot of you want more freedom in your life. What are you going to do to have more of that? But there's a strong energy here. Again, there's a smaller group of you. Those of you who are the divine masculine, you know who you are. This is you going through with delivering the message, offering your cup of love, making a romantic gesture. This is about you again, something with writing a song. Somebody's very gifted with music here. You play the guitar, you play piano, something like that. The drums. Percussion, something with strings. It's funny because I used to play the violin. I'm a little rusty, but you know, I gotta go take it to the shop because my A string will not, my peg will not turn. I changed all my strings. That A peg, the A string peg, I'm gonna break my violin, so I gotta take it to a shop. But anyway. Oh my God, I was getting another message from this Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups, what are you trying to tell me? Vulnerability. Someone here, is this confirmation for somebody, especially the divine masculines, to come forward? Don't be afraid to wear your heart on your sleeve. Because for some of you, you got burned when you used to wear your heart on your sleeve. You allowed yourself to others to see this feminine side of you, especially if you're a male. Allow others to see the vulnerable parts of you. This is why when I'm being vulnerable about my own stories, this is supposed to also encourage all of you to be vulnerable with other people about things, because you're going to help others get through shit. You're going to help others be more in tune with their sensitive side, okay? It's not a bad thing to be sensitive, but it is a little bit not so healthy to be overly sensitive and cry at every little thing. I used to be like that until I learned how to manage that, right? Someone here, the masculines, people here need to let it out. You can't be afraid of revealing secrets. You can't be like if you didn't watch my reading on my 𝗙𝗏𝗀𝗀 Ascension channel, I highly recommend that you go watch it. It's a relationship reading, okay? If you haven't done so already, I would love your support in subscribing to that, only so that you know when my videos come up and you get a notification, you hit the notification bell, oh, hey, Jess has got another reading. This is for your benefit. I don't care about the subscribers and the views and stuff. I just want you to get the message, okay? If you haven't viewed that video yet on my 𝗙𝗏𝗀𝗀 channel, again, the link to that channel is in the description box. Go watch that. It's long. You got to have the patience for it, but there's a lot of value in it. Somebody said, well, time is money. No, it's not. Patience is a virtue. If you're investing your time to watch that 2-hour video, you're going to be better off at the end of it. Trust me. If you follow the divine guidance that comes from them, right? It's not just speaking to you, it's them. So, however this applies to you, this is you coming in with your heart on your sleeve. This is you showing people who you really are, your sensitive side, right? Being open and honest and vulnerable and opening your heart so wide that you're not afraid for it to be stabbed or burned or put on a stake or thrown into the ocean, whatever the hell this is that you're fearing. Because again, the heart doesn't break, it only expands. Some of you, if you are already at emperor level, that's a big, huge frequency to be at. You're not going to be afraid of being vulnerable. You're not going to be afraid of being looked at funny or like why I was telling you my stories about my relationships. You know how hard it was to relive that, in a sense, to go back in time to remember the past? I hadn't thought about that in God knows how long until today. But I said all that to you because it was supposed to help me to realize how much I have healed and grown, but also to be an example to you guys of how I'm not here boo-hooing. I don't look like shit. I'm not disheveled. I do my self-care still. I take excellent care of myself. I don't look as fucking glorious as I do. Okay? If I would have allowed myself to have those past experiences screw me over. Okay? I wouldn't. I wouldn't speak with such passion and power. I wouldn't be doing this, right? Again, I had to start over myself. Again. You know how many times I had to start over? But I'm a better person for it. It was funny because this morning during meditation with God, he reminded me, I realized that I've been single for a very long time. It is the longest amount of years I've been single since college. Okay? That says something. I value my time. I value how much work I put into myself, into my business, into my teachings, whatever. I value my freedom. But it's not to say, I know God has somebody for me, right? I know who that person is. But I can't get fixated on that, right? I had to align myself with that. I had to have the hope. Okay. I was telling somebody, it was Eric, right, about kings and queens, right? I gotta look the part. Empresses, right? If you want an emperor, ladies and gentlemen, you better act and dress and think and speak like an empress. You gotta embody the qualities of you have to integrate and embody the qualities of a divine feminine Christ, of an empress, if you want to be in a relationship, if we're talking about relationships, with an emperor. And I was channeling the Empress energy hours ago. You got to look the part. You can't be wasting away. You cannot not be taking care of yourself, right? You still got to look like hot shit, even after the shit that you go through. That's power right there. Do you know, especially if you're a feminine female and your masculine is a male, do you have any idea how hot that is to the masculine? When you've been through the ringer, when you've been through the rejection and heartbreak and disappointment and all types of crazy shit, you've lost everything, yet you still look like a goddess, okay? That's goddess power. That's goddess energy. What are you doing to incorporate that into your everyday life? You're still going to be on your throne, even through the storms, even through the ups and downs, right? It's so funny because when I talk to people during the day, like I was talking to Eric about this, I'm like, it's probably going to come up in my live stream, and this is exactly what's happening. You are number one priority, period. And Empress energy is also mother energy. For those of you who are moms, who are single moms, single dads, whatever, Emperor and Empress are married, but here's the thing. That will happen, but you've got to be in that Empress energy before you attract somebody of that type of caliber, right? And for those of you who are single parents, this is going to be hard for you to hear. You come first. Because you can't take care of your kids if you don't take care of yourself first. Mind, body, soul, okay? All of it. Everything has to be aligned. And you will set an example to your kids. Hey, mom's been all through this stuff. Look at how she still looks great, right? She's still happy. She's still healthy. She still takes great care of me, right? Say, with dad, whatever role you have. That is success right there. That is very valuable for your kids to see. Because you cannot shield your children from disappointment, from sorrow, from grief, from destruction, more disruption, okay? They got to go through that too. And I know that's hard to hear. But when you get kicked down, you can't stay down indefinitely. Your kids will view you as like, oh, well, you just got knocked out and you're not getting back up. What did Muhammad Ali say? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The 𝗔𝗹𝗱𝗲𝗶𝗀𝗏 song, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to bring me down, right? Again, the emperor doesn't allow anyone or anything to dethrone him. Nothing. He can have a freaking hurricane blow through his castle and he's still going to be in that chair. His peace is not disrupted. Nothing is disrupted. And again, with the parents, whether you're a single parent or not, you may be married, right? And you're a parent. Taking care of yourself is paramount. Because what you don't realize is that you're instilling something in your children so that when they go back to, oh, mom and dad went through this or whatever it is, and they look back on that, it's like, well, look at how they overcame it. There are people who've gotten divorced, who never had a partner. Again, single parent for so many years, didn't get help or whatever, and they try to do everything on their own, and like some of them just give up. They waste away. They stop taking care of themselves. They lose all hope, right? Hopelessness becomes their mantra. And then their kids see it. Oh, well, I guess there's no power here, or, oh, everything's hopeless. Oh, everything's not really working out. So, I mean, I should not have trust and faith. I should stay down when I'm kicked to the ground. Okay. You don't want your kids following in your footsteps if you live a life like that. This is also discipline and structure, right? Logic. You gotta balance your head with your heart and balance your emotions. Don't allow your emotions to fully dictate your life, and don't allow logic to fully dictate your life either. You gotta find a balance between the two. It's like I'm following my heart and God says, Jess, I want you to quit that job and I want you to start your business. Okay, cool. And I just do a couple of things. Okay, I'll just do here and there. Here's like a little bit of website, blah, blah, blah. But then later on, God told me to start a YouTube channel. I said, God, that's not what part of the agreement was. He goes, well, what? Surprise, Jess. Your website's, and I said, God, my website's not done yet, or something like that. And he goes, I know, just start up a YouTube channel anyway. I had no idea that that was part of God's plan. But I totally understand why that is. And I followed my heart. I tried to put logic into it, but I couldn't, because God's like, no, there's no logic in this. Strong feminine energy isn't driven by logic. It's driven by heart. And then when you're masculine energy, then I had to put logic. Okay, I see God. God's like, I need you to get yourself out there if you want to be seen, right? You can't keep hiding and just kind of wishing, hoping, again, without taking action. Okay, I've got my site up. I started an Instagram stuff. I started posting there. And God's like, no. I need you to get out of your comfort zone and show your face. I need you to show people who you are, and I need you to be comfortable with speaking in front of people. Right? And again, showing your face. And that really helped with my confidence and self-worth issues. It's not even funny. Ooh, Tani got hit with a baseball. See the purpose in this? And I couldn't just willy-nilly, okay, God, I'm going to do this. I'm going to follow my heart and not do anything with it. But even following your heart comes with stepping out of your comfort zone. Again, with that Aries energy, the Aries peoples are the most confident, bold, brave people you'll ever meet. Oh my God, he dislocated his shoulder. Ooh, that sucks big time. Oh, Jesus. That, wow. Anyway. Eric, yeah, dress for the job you want. You're going into an interview. Start talking to yourself in the mirror. Start preparing. Do some breath work. Tell yourself, I got this, I got this, I got this. And say, I'm going to get the job before you get it anyway. And even if you don't get the job, you'd be like, I'm still going to get some sort of job, right? You got to dress the part. Mars, you were pushed away from your passion from songs for a while. You need to get back on that. Seriously. You really do. Oh, there it is. Write a 20-minute song straight from the heart. Keep doing that. Keep doing that, okay? But the Knight of Ghosts, the Knight of Cups will continue to do what he loves, even if doors get slammed in his face. Even if it doesn't work out the way he thought. Because again, the Knight of Cups is a spiritual quest. It's not going to be all rainbows, unicorns, puppies, and flowers, guys. Again, that's why God wants to see, where's your heart space? How do you really view success? The most successful people on this planet are the ones with optimal health and have pure joy in their everyday waking life. God doesn't give two shits if you've got $10 billion in your bank account. If you're miserable, you're not successful in life. Period. Andrea, hello, welcome. So, yeah. What are you going to do about it? And I tend to say this with this energy. I said, Eric, this is again for you. I said it to you. I said it to Jason, whatever. You've got to, whether you have a dick or not, you got to whip it out of your pants and put it on the table and tell people you mean business. You can't be afraid of being bold, of being brave, okay? This is trailblazer energy because it's Aries energy. A pioneer, all right? You are not doing what everybody else does. Start saying that to yourself. I am a pioneer. I am a trailblazer. I actually started doing those mantras when I first started to get into, my calling. To give myself a boost of energy, like, I can do this. Like, this is new to me. I don't know much about it, but God was reminding me my whole life, ever since I was a very little kid, I was successful at everything that I touched. What I touched turned to gold and then some. But what I didn't realize is that I was listening to my heart. And I was doing what made me happy. And God kind of like backed me up with that and just made things more magical. But then shit got real in my adult life, right? But again, it's a sex, okay. Other sex coming in here. I don't know why. There's something very romantic. I'm hearing the word sexy, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm coming into that picture for somebody. Anyway, that wasn't a Freudian slip. So this Emperor energy, right? He's like, I know I'm going to be great at this. I know I'm going to be a success because I believe that about myself. I love this. It's great. Brings me joy. I'm going to pursue it. I'm going to take the risk. I heard get her done. right? That's probably why I'm hearing the sex thing. The Emperor can have some very strong sexual energies towards somebody. So it's not just getting somebody literally done. I'm hearing like plowing. That's a little bit much, but like, but the Emperor, a divine masculine. Okay, here it comes. Oh my God. You see what I did there? A divine masculine always allows the feminine to come first. However many times. And then the masculine will get his jollies after that. What the hell's going on there? Those of you who are distorted masculine, and or if you know you come first in sexual activity, doing the do, and like the person doesn't, that's an issue. That's distorted masculine energy, whether you're male or female. Okay? But I'm getting more strong masculine males with this energy. Because again, this is, again, he is a male. This is a male, well, from what I'm looking at. But okay, this is interesting. With this Knight of Cups and the Emperor, I'm getting a divine masculine Christ takes joy, takes pleasure, loves the fact that he or she, let's put he, for it to be easier, he takes pleasure, finds great joy in making the feminine laugh, smile, but also with making her orgasm multiple times. That's what I'm getting. And he will do this, like, set a goal. She says 10 times in a row, he's going to have the energy and the firepower and the stamina to get it done, to get her done 10 times in a row. And he's cool with him not getting his right until after she gets hers 10 times. This is something new for a lot of you, but this is what the divine masculine does because he loves that. Because what it does is that it gets him off even more. He'll have more powerful erections, or it'll just fuel his fire, the passion. And it's just like, oh, it's like over the moon hot type of energy. Right? That's what I'm getting with this. Now I'm getting very strong Scorpio, because again, Knight of Cups is a water sign. So there's something about somebody's Scorpio placement. But a distorted masculine, if a feminine is going to tell him, you know, I want to come 10 times in a row, a distorted masculine is be like, wait, what? When is it going to be my turn? Where am I in this, right? That's selfish. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's a purpose to this, okay? Because we have to look at this. The Emperor and the Empress engage in sexual union, not just sex, which is why what came out of my mouth was sex. There's a reason for that. It's a spiritual act here. It's not just, you know, doing the do and people just having fun and just getting off or whatever. That's not what this is. The Emperor and Empress engage in the sexual union because it is healing for the both of them. It boosts their feminine and masculine energies, both internally and for each other. Okay. There's also something about somebody's very passionate about music, or somebody like there's lovemaking with music on, something like that. There's like somebody has eclectic taste in music, like making love with, you know, romantic music, or like romantic setting, candlelight, guitar music, whatever it is, very soft things. And then there's the Aries energy. Remember, war, passion, aggression, or assertiveness, like metalcore stuff, right? then this person has another side to them, okay? And it's like lovemaking. It's a romantic setting, right? But there's romantic things in it, but the music changes up to like rock or something, or something that's not soft music. I'm tapping into somebody's energies here. This is what I'm getting. This is very interesting. Now I'm feeling funny because somebody's getting aroused. I'm not gonna lie. Again, there's like truth coming out here. Dude, you guys, if you want to see what this energy is, because this Emperor has some words to say, but I'm not doing this part in this reading, but apparently there's going to be a continuation of this, because in the Halloween party, I am going to pull some of more of the sexual stuff, because it is fun, but it does raise a vibration. So this Emperor has some words to get out. I'll have to remember this, because in the Halloween party on Wednesday that I'm going to host, we're going to tap into more of the sexual desires of this guy right here. Because, ooh, dude, I got to stop myself, because this is super adventurous. It's very different than most, I'm getting, males do and what females have experienced. He's very fucking creative. That's the Knight of Cups right here. Very creative. Guess who's underneath the Knight of Cups? And I've been seeing it. They said, Jess, now it's time to show him. It's the Knight of Wands. Dude, this is why this is coming through now. Charismatic, very attractive, like hot. This is a hot dude, a hot chick, whatever. This combination for me is fantastic in bed. That's what I'm getting. This right here, okay, now they want me to pull all three. Knight of Cups with the Knight of Wands and the Emperor here. That combination for me, that's what they're telling me. This is mind-blowing sex, but this is mind-blowing sexual union, okay? Like, holy shit balls, stratosphere, going, like, orbiting Pluto, like, that's how far you'll get to. That's what I'm seeing. That's hilarious, man. Wow. This is very intense. Very intense. Someone's got some intense Scorpio. Okay? Somebody's hiding that, or they're harboring it. They're keeping it in. You gotta let that out in more ways than one. So, I was not expecting that, but let's see what comes out on Wednesday. This is going to be fun, for sure. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting. Hi, Andrea. I know it's been so long. So I'm sorry, Andrea, I hope you're still here. I'm reading the chat now, because you know me. I have to channel before I go back to read. You can't download the app from the website? Is it giving you an error? Oh, I missed you, 𝗂𝗄𝗄. Okay, enjoy your shower. I'll talk to you later. Andrea, if you're still here, if you can let me know what error you get. Well, if you sign up for my newsletter, I have your email. I will, there you are. So, there should be, that's weird that you can't, if there's an error, let me know, please. Yeah. That's supposed to be working. See? Well, see, I'm finding stuff out. So, I'm finding stuff out by my website. So, yeah. I don't know. For some reason, I have to sit up straighter. I feel like I'm slouching. I don't like that. It's like I'm trying to find a better position here. Anyway, the temperature just rose in this room, which is interesting, but, you know. The archangels are kind of like giving me the confidence and the boost of energy to change, because there's very strong sexual energy in here. I am hearing that apparently I am the cause of this for some of you, especially if you're male, and it's because of what I'm speaking. not just my appearance, but what I'm saying, what I'm channeling. Yeah, it's kind of weird for me to say that, but that's what they're telling me. So I have to be vulnerable. I have to be honest in what they're wanting me to say. So anyway, what time is it? It's 2:09. Link not found. Okay. So, oh, Andrea, is this from your mobile phone? It's probably going to happen on the web browser too. If you get the same error from your mobile phone and a web browser, like on a laptop computer, then yeah, there's something wrong with the link. I have to go fix that. I don't know why it was working before, but again, Andrea, what I will do, I will send a different link to your email, okay, so that you can download the app. A lot has happened to you these past months. Well, it must have been because you put in all capital letters. Tablet? Okay. Don't worry. You did say you signed up for my newsletter. Did you get the email from me when you signed up for the newsletter? Please let me know that. Okay. Because if you did get a kickback, well, not kickback, if you did get an email from me, it should have your discount in there too. Again, anybody else who's still lingering around, if you want a free reading from me, sign up for my newsletter, okay? It's free. You don't have to do anything much, but put your email address. By the way, whoever this is, if you're thinking I'm going to bombard you with stuff, like, because I do know a lot of people will bombard you with all these emails to try to sell you things or all this other stuff. I don't do that. There's a purpose to the newsletter, okay? Yes, I do have to promote my business. This is what business people do, okay? I'm not going to be a pussy and be like, oh, let me give you guys some, like, unicorns and puppies and not try to sell something, but I'm not going to shove it down your throat. Who knows what just came through my mind? Please put it in the comments because I want some of you to be bold enough to put it in there. I will give you a cheers if you put in the comments what I just thought of. Okay? Let me know. Somebody's got to say it. Oh, Andrea, I know you're not asking for a reading, but here's the thing. It's interesting you signed up for my newsletter. I was saying earlier that I was offering to give free readings to people who sign up for my newsletter. So I know you're not asking for that, but I fulfill my promises. I am going to give you one anyway, whatever spirit wants me to give, to channel for you. Yeah, Eric, something down my throat, but I'm thinking it's 2 words. 2 words. It's like freaking charades or some shit. I can't believe Oregon is the ranked #1 in the NCAA. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Side note, I'm actually pissed where UM is. Okay, I'm not going to ask you to put it here. If anybody wants to talk to me offline as to how exactly they rank these teams, because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm looking at the numbers, the rankings in their divisions and overall, and that's the type of stuff. Are points involved? Because I'm still confused as to why Miami's #6. I'm thinking they should be 2 or 3. Anyway, that's my gripe. I'll just leave it that way. Look at that guy. That guy's yelling at a teammate, fuck you. It's great. You can't even hear it, but you can see him mouth it. Okay, good. So, Andrea, you did get an email. That's great. So, later on, I might do it after this live. I will send you the link to the app, okay? And I will go ahead and say a prayer for you without knowing what it is. If you want to send me an email, okay? My email is, there's a contact form on my website. If you do want, you don't have to say it here. If you do want to let me know what you're specifically asking for prayer for, because I do call upon specific archangels to help with specific things. If you feel guided, I would highly recommend that you, when you can, when you want, if you're, again, you're drawn, send me a contact message on my website, find my email. My email's on my website. Send me a message. Let me know without too much detail, unless you want to just be vulnerable, what it is you need the prayer with. I'm only asking you for this because my guides, Archangel Michael's asking me to ask you this. Only because the prayer will be better answered and better delivered if I know which archangel is going to handle this, okay? Yes, Archangel Michael and God, they do help with this stuff, but God does assign particular angels to help with particular things, especially when it comes to prayer. So that was really longer than what I thought I wanted to say, but do please send me something. Again, if you don't want to, that's fine. I will still send a prayer. I will also put in the community page, okay? Again, you'll get the app. I'll ask everybody else, okay? Eric, you're included here, to send prayers to Andrea for whatever it is, okay? It's going to help her. So, now I'm getting another message because I'm talking to Andrea about this. There may be some of you, you're watching, you're not really in the chat or something, and maybe this is stemming from you being guided to be part of my community, to go sign up for my newsletter, to go ahead and get that free reading, because there's a reason why you were led here, to take action and download my mobile app or something, be part of the 𝗟𝗏 family, whatever that is. It could even be about getting a reading from me, booking a session, a live session, getting a mentorship plan, a membership plan, whatever that is. It could be this too, because your heart keeps nagging at you, it's tugging at you. Well, I was led to Jess's live, and yeah, I need more hope. I need some help with this. Like Andrea, she was being honest and vulnerable, saying she's been going through a lot, right? And my heart goes out to you, Andrea, whatever that is. Some of you were led here because you do need some sort of help somewhere, prayers, guidance, whatever it is. Even getting like the most basic membership, okay? Again, what you put in is what you get back. If you're investing something in your personal growth and you're really needing to like boost your confidence or really act like the boss that you are, like you step into a fucking room and you light it up like a Christmas tree, okay? I'm going to give you an example, a tangent. Oh, hold on. Let me get back to something because my guides are like, they're excited about what I'm about to say, which is weird. If this Emperor energy is as simple as you taking action on working with me, choosing me as your mentor, right? Because some of you may have chosen other people or other things, again, soul tribes, and it backfired on you. It's not working for you. Things are getting worse for you. And you were led here and your heart's like, I don't know, there's something about Jess. I don't know. My heart's telling me to go sign up. My heart's telling me to ask her for help. Listen to it. God is telling you that for a reason. Okay? You were led to me for a reason. You need to believe in that. So if this is pertaining to you signing up for the newsletter, downloading the mobile app, whatever. Again, Andrea told me there's a problem with that, but sign up for the newsletter anyway, or email me and I will send you the mobile app stuff. I'll invite you in. Again, mentorship with me, a membership plan, whatever that is. Listen to your heart. It knows right from wrong. Let it guide you. That is a 3 River Band song. Okay? That is significant for somebody. Someone here has been told this for years, to follow your heart, to listen to it, and they continue to not listen. Okay? Because there's a little bit of fear. The Emperor has no fear. The most widely spoken phrase in the Bible is fear not. If I'm not mistaken, that phrase is in that book at least 100 times. Fun fact, go look it up. Fear not. God wants you to be happy. He wants you to be successful. He wants you to love life. He wants you to live the life he's trying to create for you. The thing to take away from this here, guys, is whatever your heart's been telling you to do, listen to it, follow through, and take action like today. Or you were supposed to do it yesterday or last week, whatever. This is your confirmation period. I channeled for 3-4 hours without any fucking cards for a reason, because then they said, Jess, go ahead and pull tarot. And I'm like, whoa, I don't really pull tarot these days. But a lot of you still need some backup, some reassurance, some proof. And here it is. This is your sign to go for it. You're going to win. It's going to be better than you thought. You're going to get way more out of this than what you were perceiving it to be. So, when I talk about this boss energy here, I am the shit energy, right? Big dick energy. Again, this could be like phantom dick for females. I went with my mom to go pick up the pizza. We were at Costco, okay? The strangest thing happened. The men who were there, first of all, this gets a little bit scary for me sometimes, but I'm getting used to it. I walk in somewhere, it's like that Tupac song, All Eyes on Me, okay? And I used to hate attention, like, oh my God. I would always put my hands in my face in pictures. I know my counterpart would say, you gotta stop hiding, stop hiding your face. I used to have a thing with having bangs, and I want to hide behind them for so many years of my life, right? So I'm like, I didn't like attention. And then I got in college, and that was a whole other shit show, but for a good reason. I'm grateful for those experiences, like I said. I'm walking in, right? Almost everyone's just looking at me. Like they're on their phones, or they're having conversations, and they're talking to their kids. And it's just like, this also happened to me when my son and I went to pick up food somewhere. And almost everybody was just like moth to a flame type of thing. That's a song by Eminence, by the way. That's significant for somebody. They're looking right at me. I'm like, whoa, dude. But when we were walking out, I was carrying the pizza. I was talking to my mom. These other men, the Costco employees who were men there, they're looking at me like, I don't know, like puppy dog eyes or something. And they start talking, and one of them's like, oh, you have a beautiful day, and enjoy your pizza, and whatever else he said. The other guy was like, he was walking up to me trying to take the box from me. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, miss, that's not for me. Oh, I thought that was my lunch. And he was a cool looking dude. Like, he had like long hair and a bun or whatever, very tall, very charismatic, kind of like a King of Wands energy. And the other guy was much older. He looked like Santa Claus, like a Latin Santa Claus, right? Like a Hispanic Santa Claus. Maybe he was Puerto Rican, I'm getting. Anyways, besides the point. But he had this cute face, right? This cute older man, glasses. His hair was white, beard was white. Somebody's got a gray beard or something. Or it's graying out. That's what I just heard, blue eyes. So I hear the guy's like messing around, right? And we're just joking. And he's like, I hope you ladies enjoy your lunch. And it wasn't really lunchtime, but that's okay. And he just made some other comment or something. And we're walking out, and my mom's kind of looking at me. She didn't say anything, but she's looking at me. And then we're walking out, and then I'm still having all these people turn in their heads, right? The point in me saying this is, even for women, okay, this is that energy. Coupled with your Empress energy, your divine feminine Christ energy. You walk into a room and you light it up like a Christmas tree. Okay? And mind you, I did not have eye makeup on. I didn't. I'm still wearing the same outfit that I walked to Costco with, but I didn't have any eye makeup. My guys told me to do my eyes. It is my favorite feature about myself. But they said, no, Jess, you're going to do your eyes and put a little bit of lipstick on. They had me redo my hair yesterday. That's divine feminine energy, right? And I said, okay, guys, I'm going to do my eyes, like, before I start this thing. I'm not going anywhere. And they also had me, like, put on a particular body spray. I'm like, this is hilarious, guys, because I'm not doing this live in front of people. I'm across, like, a phone. And they said, do it anyway, because apparently somebody has a gift of clairalience, which is you smell things and you get messages through those smells, okay? Yashi, you still can't do your eyeliner straight? What do you mean? I don't know. Maybe I can help you with that. Or I don't know. Mine still smears or whatever, but just practice. There's lots of YouTube videos, right? I don't know. But don't get hung up on that. But still, just practice, right? It's like I got really good at doing my hair. It took me years to be able to do my hair like this. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. Go Huskies. Boo. Anyway, I'm just kidding, Eric. Eric, I'm surprised you haven't passed out yet. It's way past your bedtime. Okay, thanks, Andrea. I just read your comment. You'll let me know in an email. Yeah, whatever works for you. Okay, Andrea, if your gut is telling you to speak about it here for some reason, again, Knight of Cups, you can speak some of it or all of it, whatever it is, but you can still send me the email. Oh, my name is on the TV. So yeah, go ahead. If your gut's telling you, go ahead and put it on here. This could also be you being brave and bold to be vulnerable and share with what's going on. That's fine. Yashi, you remember me in red lipstick? Yeah, it's been a while. I'm hearing the Stained song now. There's a lot of songs coming in. Dude, I'm getting flooded with songs because of this Knight of Cups energy here. Oh, you took a nap. Oh, Eric, you were preparing, weren't you? Because you knew I was going to be here for a while. I lost my house, so my daughter and I had to move in with her godparents and in a room in the garage, but I know that the wife doesn't want me here. I don't know why I didn't do anything. I don't know why I didn't do anything to... Oh. Andrea. It's no wonder you were led here and why God told me to do another live, because your situation sounds very similar to mine. I don't know if you know, if I mentioned it, 2 years ago, I got kicked out of my house. And my son and I had to move with my youngest sister and her family. Then we got, not kicked out, but we had to leave and go move in with my parents, which is where we are at now, okay? So, but you moved in with her godparents, okay? The wife is your daughter's godmother. You kind of remember it? Okay. All right. May I ask how long ago this was? So funny, I've been nursing this tea. It's like, it's cold now. That would be so great. I'm really hoping Miami goes to the championship game and we win. It's like, we like the you in the 80s. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. DJ Khaled. Dude, the songs keep coming. The Emperor. His song that he plays on loop is DJ Khaled's All I Do Is Win. That is the Emperor's mentality. So some of you may need to go loop that song to give you a boost of confidence and some drive and ambition to get something done, to take action, to take the lead, whatever. Start the business, accept that VP position, whatever it is. Okay? Again, Knight of Cups, music. Music always helps me. So what happens before I do these lives or I'm doing whatever, this is the weird thing. I've been listening to metalcore, right? And I never used to listen to that, but I'm fucking in love with it. Okay? There's this group called Eminence, okay? They have, their lead singer is a violinist, and they have him playing the violin in the middle of the stuff. Holy shit. It's total Knight of Cups with Emperor energy. I'm fucking enamored with it. It floats my boat. It makes my heart like shoot up like a rocket. It's brilliant stuff. And again, I used to play violin for years. Like I said, I'm a little rusty, but I was pretty damn good at it too. So yeah, the Emperor is DJ Khaled's All I Do Is Win. Okay, some of you got to get that mentality in your head. All right, even when you're losing, you're still winning. But it depends on how you take the loss. Okay. June 17th, so that was a few months ago. All right, summertime. Yeah, actually, it's a great song. It's a huge motivation booster. Oh boy. Okay, Andrea. Is that a fake squirrel? Is that a real squirrel on the field? It's a real squirrel. That's a sign, guys. Go look up the spiritual meaning of a squirrel. What game was this? This dude is signaling the squirrel to go in a particular direction, like he's giving call signals. That's fucking funny. That was a good laugh right there. That was, I don't know what game that was. I couldn't tell what teams they were. That's a real squirrel moment. Yeah, good job, Eric. That's funny. Exactly. Andrea, so if you want to share more, you can. But what I'm hearing is there is dark energy there. But there's something I'm going to kind of give you a heads up on with why that is, okay? But they're telling me I cannot reveal that to you here. That's only for you and me, okay? So, but thank you for sharing. Thank you for... Thank you for being vulnerable with us, okay? And sharing this, because that's not easy. All right, I've been in a very similar situation. It's not easy when you're losing the house and you got your kid and you're like upended and put in a place that you don't want to be, and there's just like icky stuff going on. Okay, just know God's got you. All right, it's gonna work out in the end. Okay, it will. You're going to realize something about yourself in this situation. I promise you that. Your boyfriend's sister-in-law. Okay. All right. So now we know some things, but again, we're all going to Pray for her, send her well wishes. If God brought you to it, he's going to get you through it. All right? It's going to be a little bit tough for a little while longer, but you've got more power than you realize. Okay? Okay, you applied for housing and got approved. Okay. You're still waiting for the voucher. Okay, so that's one of the things you wanted prayer on? Okay. So, Archangel Michael's coming in. Okay, again, do not take this the wrong way. But what Archangel Michael is saying, you've been praying about it already, right? You already took the action, right? What Archangel Michael's saying is, they definitely have heard your prayers, okay? They know your situation. They're very sympathetic to it, as always. What they want you to prepare for is one of two things. Your prayer is going to be answered in a way you didn't expect. And or, again, this may be hard to hear, but they want me to say it because it's what the truth they wanted me to say. There's a high probability that either something goes awry, goes wrong with this, you don't get the voucher, or you do, and there might be more of a challenge. Now, this could very well be, they're asking you if your heart was leading you to do this, or you applied for housing because you can't take it anymore and because you want out. You do not have to answer that here, but they just want me to bring that up to you because God put you with your daughter's godparents for a reason. And there is a darker energy there with the godmother for a reason. There's a bigger purpose to all of this. Okay? So I don't know if your ego had you apply or that's exactly what God told you to do. Again, there's no right or wrong here, but just know whatever happens, whether you get the housing or not, there are still some sort of truths, some sort of deeper inner things that you're going to have to face head on. You can't keep running from your problems. All right? And I know I've been there. I prayed to God that I would be able to pay the rent again and find another house and all that stuff. Those prayers did not get answered. Okay? It's not because God doesn't love us. It's not because he doesn't want something good for us. There was a bigger purpose as to why he didn't answer those particular prayers when I was praying every day for like a couple of years or a year and a half for them. God still sent me here anyway. Okay? I prayed for housing, but in a different way. To like my business would go back up or something miraculous will happen or something, I don't know. But it didn't turn out that way. Okay? And now I know the reason why. Most of the reasons. So I know that's something you're not hoping to hear. Again, we're still going to pray for you. I'm still going to go discover which archangel is going to help you with the situation and which one I'm going to pray to. But there's a big but here. I like big buts and I cannot lie. Why is that coming through? 𝗪𝗏𝗄𝗎. Again, the Knight of Cups is coming in very strongly. There's this very strong energy about a song. Somebody wrote a song and it's like they need to deliver it to somebody or something. Send it. It's like they're pouring their heart out into this song, into this creative thing that they've done. And they have to be confident that it's good enough. That it is going to convey to somebody what they're really feeling or what their heart wants them to know, something like that. Anyway, The big but here is for you, Andrea, is it is going to get better, but in ways you're not expecting. But also, there's a greater purpose to why you are here right now. Okay? I'm reading the comments. Oh, wow. So the drywall is still exposed? Wow. I want to remove what doesn't serve my highest good and be with my daughter alone. Andrea, can you please explain to me, because you put alone in all caps there. You mean like taking full control over your situation? Because I understand that you want to remove what doesn't serve your highest good for both you and your daughter, right? But you can't do it alone. You need God's help. And I know you're asking for prayers so that it turns out better for you. She goes to a Catholic school. Okay. Okay, so God wants me to not continue further. Again, this is not to be rude or anything, or to not be empathetic to your situation, but there's a lot going on here. You're going to need more than prayers, because there's something God needs you to do first before certain prayers get answered. Okay? Okay, alone means no toxic people in my life. Yeah. And yes, we do want to remove toxic people. But the other challenging thing here is God is putting you in this to help you to deal with the toxicity. You can't let it run you down. You can't let it strip you of your power. And then when you change your perception of your situation, things are going to start to change. Okay? Because I went through the same thing when I moved over here. I had the power to change the environment to a more positive environment. I mean, it's not fully harmonious, but it's way better. And I wanted to just cut and run. Oh, hell no. I got the fuck out of here, God, please. But I had to change my prayers. God gave me the strength to handle this difficult stuff, these people, these situations. Yes, you have gifts from God too. I know you do. We all know you do. You got to utilize your gifts to change your situation. Okay. If you aren't already, pray for strength and pray for compassion. For God to give you those things first before anything else. And forgiveness. It's going to change things. Okay? But, again, I'll send you the link to my mobile app. If you want to put more in the email, that is fine. I will still do a little bit of... Actually, your free reading will tie to the Archangel I'm going to call upon. So let's do that. So, and I'll let you know what Archangel that is. Okay? But at the end of the day, don't lose hope. Okay? Keep being hopeful. Again, it's gonna work out. In the end, just not the way that you are thinking. Okay? You are going to be fine. I know it looks scary. I know it's not the best environment for you. You gotta trust me when I'm channeling and saying, you're gonna look back on this. You're gonna say, holy shit, man. Look what I overcome, look what I've learned. And your story too is also going to inspire somebody else to help them get through what you are going through right now. It's exactly why I went through, I fucking knew it. God had me go through that stuff because he knew you were going to come around, come in this live stream and share your story. And other people are hearing this because a lot of people here already know what happened to me, what happened to you 2 years ago, October. I already hit my 2-year anniversary of that whole crazy shit going on. Okay? I'm still in my parents' house, but I'm being hopeful. I know this is temporary. This too shall pass. Okay? My experience is helping me to give you the hope and the faith. If I can get through what I did, you could do the same. Okay? And somebody's going to come across you and your story. And you are going to be an inspiration for them to help them get through, right? It's part of the teacher-student thing. I help you, I teach you, I guide you, and then you're getting through your stuff. But that's if you follow the divine guidance, right? That's a different story. Whether you do or you don't, doesn't matter. I won't judge you if you do, judge you if you don't. But that's part of it. And then you are going to be an inspiration. Your story, your experiences, your hardships, are going to be somebody else's hope, somebody else's light. It's like I said, I think it was last week's live. One man's trash is another man's treasure, right? One person's hardships is another person's inspiration. Okay? It's not just about us, it's about everybody else. And that is a very hard thing to come by because we want to be a little bit selfish. We want to be like, woe is me a little bit. We want to be like, I'm a victim here, God, a little bit. But no, we're not victims. You're a victim if you give all your power away and you don't believe in yourself. You can't do anything for yourself, right? Like acting like a baby, change my diapers, like feed me. No, we're not there. We've passed that stage years ago. Okay? You are already being an inspiration to people who are here or people who are going to end up watching this later. Right? Again, this is why I was called to do this, because of surrounding the energy of hope. And like, you don't need a damn reading to fix your problems, to give you the hope. You've got to get the hope from something more greater, more powerful. And it starts with what's in your heart space. And it also stems from like you really, really building, strengthening your relationship with God. We can't do anything without his involvement. He is there through everything, the good times, the bad times. I would not be standing here today. I would not be still doing this if it were for God. I give him all the glory. The archangels, my grandparents, my paternal grandparents who've been gone for years, they've been supporting me in this. Other people who crossed over have been supporting me in this. Like my ancestors, so many people. But God is the number one in my book. And then come the archangels, right? My higher self. It's really what builds up the resiliency and the faith that you can get through anything. That's the energy of the Emperor right here. Okay? That's him right here. This is the God confidence. God, I know I am in a very tough predicament. I know I don't want to be here. I know that this is challenging, but I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, right? What is that, Philippians? My higher self is telling me I would be a complete, utter fucking mess if I wouldn't have gone to God. But I know God put me in situations where I'm going to step back for a bit, Jess. The Archangel is going to step back. I need you to step up. I need you to find the strength within yourself. Find me within yourself to get yourself out of this low vibrational energy, out of this pain, this hurt, this situation, right? Spiritually. You find the strength spiritually to get out of something. And then God will work his magic to get you out of, or to help you to get you out of something in the physical, or to help you through something in the physical. But you got to get yourself out of that on your own in the spiritual. It's like during meditation, I knew this was going to come up. During meditation today, God was telling me about babies, right? And I think I said last week, you can't drive your car if you don't put gas in it. And if your light comes on and you're hoping that the car will still get from point A to point B, like you only have 15 miles left gas in your car and you want to drive 30 miles and you're hoping that the car won't die by the time you hit the 30-mile mark, that probably won't be a safe bet. You probably won't get there. You got to go put some more gas in, right? But the point here being is, again, with the Emperor energy taking action, when you look at toddlers, all right, they don't walk when they're born. It takes them a year or two, 9 months, however long it is. Every baby's different. Those of us who have kids, you know what I'm talking about. You're helping them, right? You're holding their hands. Oh, I love this. I remember this with my son. Taking one step, put one foot in the other. But are we giving them instructions? Are our toddlers, our babies, looking at a book, right? Do we buy books that tell your child how to walk? No. You're helping them to tap into their inner self, to help them to learn how to walk without giving them some instruction booklet. This is part of that logic piece of this, okay? There's no logic to how a child's going to learn how to walk. The parent leads by example. The child's already looking at all the adults and all the other older siblings. So, okay, that's how it works. How am I going to do this for myself? I'm getting emotional about it. It's kind of weird. And you're holding the child's hands. You're guiding them, okay? You're not giving them like a Lego set with instructions. You put foot here, you move your body. No, we don't do that when we teach our kids how to walk. The buzzing sound is back. Wow, that's interesting. Usually Jason tells me these things, but thank you for that. Oh, wow. So someone here on YouTube opened up a GoFundMe page to help you. That's wonderful. Okay. You've been waiting for me to come back on YouTube. Yeah. God told me I had to get back on this thing. But again, I started another channel. I think you saw, Andrea. Go watch the stuff on there because I'm not posting videos on this channel. I'm only doing the lives because I can. So we're helping our children, right? One foot in front of the other. And then at some point, it's going to kick in them innately, and God is part of this, with some practice. They start to walk on their own. But we have to let go, right? And if you know, sometimes when we're teaching our kids to walk, the parent will be on the other side, sitting on the floor. Okay, Julian, right? Okay, Andrea. Okay, Tommy. Okay, Eric, baby Eric. Okay, come to mommy, come to daddy, right? And we're doing these little hand gestures and things. We're having a different voice where we're getting excited. We're pepping them up, and the child's like, yeah, mom, dad. They walk a little bit and then they fall, right? But in most cases, a lot of babies, some get upset, some don't. They get back up again. Or the parent goes to help them back up, or whatever, and they do it again, and they do it again, and they do it again. Right? It's like their heart, the Knight of Cups, is leading them. Like the love of the parent, the encouragement, right? The inspiration even. It's helping that child to get across the floor. And we're cheering them on, right? And we're helping them through this. There go my, if I sound different, it's because my AirPods died. So the child keeps going through this, right? At some point, and we're having the hope, we're having the faith, they're going to get it, they're going to get it, they're going to get it. We cannot do the walking for them. They have to learn on their own. They're going to have to fall a couple of times. Sometimes they get a little bit bruised or they get a little bit hurt, right? Butt hurt. For some, it takes a short amount of time to walk. For others, it takes longer. But we cannot do the walking for those babies, for those toddlers, right? They got to do it on their own. Use their own legs. The parent steps back. The parent lets go. It's like when you're teaching a kid how to ride a bike. This is what God does. God steps back from us. The archangels step back from us and they watch what we're going to do, how we're going to handle things. Okay? My nose is itchy. It's a sign. We're going to fall on our butts, right? We're going to wobble. We're going to lose balance. We're going to get the footing off. We're going to get back up again and again and again and again until we get it right. And the next thing you know, we're walking. And then after that, what happens later? The child starts to learn how to run. It's another level up. But with that analogy, God steps back to see what we do. This is not giving up hope on God or losing faith in God. I'm hearing If I Ever Lose My Faith by, there's a disturbed version of it, and there's also the original version by Sting, okay? You don't lose the faith. You don't lose the hope. God wants you to see what you do within for yourself. The strength within yourself. How you're going to overcome this obstacle of learning to walk, learning to run. Okay? And this is where the prayer comes in. God's like, I heard your prayer, but I want to see you do this on your own first. And then when you get over that hurdle and you end up walking on your own, because you did it from within yourself, then God's like, okay, now I'm going to give you the ability to run, right? Because usually the kids, they learn to run faster than they learn how to walk, right? In most cases, from my experience. And it gets easier, right? Then the kids can jump and kick a ball. And then some other kids, they learn how to do gymnastics and things like that, right? Or whatever the hell, like running at warp speed, whatever the hell it is, okay? But it becomes second nature. It becomes easier to do those advanced things. But again, the whole moral of the story here is God has to step back, and you got to do the walking first. You got to move, take action. You've got to do something first. Okay. That's you know, I'm seeing a lot of smiles up there, and I know every time God gives me something like this, I'm like, okay, God, how am I going to use this? And He's like, it'll come to you at the right time, at the divine timing. And that vision that I saw and that message that I got from God during meditation, technically yesterday, wasn't just for everybody watching this, but Andrea, a lot of that was for you specifically. Okay. So, with that being said, I think I'm going to close this out, but one of the big reasons is I have to drain the lizard pretty badly. Like, I have to pee. And I didn't finish my tea. Like, I gotta go. But I think I've got a lot of the messages out that I needed to get out. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I thought that was powerful too when God was explaining this to me during my morning talks with him, my daily talks with him. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm lighting up. I feel him so strongly right now. And it's the most wonderful feeling to feel. Because I even feel like God leveling up within me. It's so beautiful and amazing and heartfelt and glorious. The words are ineffable. I mean, it's ineffable to me when I'm trying to describe what I'm feeling, what God shows me. But it's incredible how things in our everyday lives, our experiences, can teach us something, especially with children, right? Nature, what God creates. The little things that we overlook. There are powerful messages. There are gifts. There are huge lessons learned from these things. And it helps when you're in a very high vibration. That's when God, wow, that charged fast. That's when God, okay, now I can give you this wisdom. Now I can give you this knowledge. Now I can have you see this and teach this to you so you can teach to others. Something that a lot of people can relate to, right? This is not some overly complicated scripture in a book where people are like, I don't know what this means. But it means something different to everybody. And God helps me to empower and inspire those by utilizing things as simple as when a child is learning how to walk. So, Eric, I applaud you, dude, because you're still up. That is impressive. I thought it was 4 o'clock in the morning. That's really weird. Anyway. So, that's what I have for everybody today. If you want to do me a big ass favor, you can send people my website, but more so, share this with somebody who needs to hear it. I understand that these things are long, but here is the other thing. God is testing our patience to see if we're led to something, we're drawn to something. If we're going to sit through to really get the messages that we need to hear, because sometimes a prayer can be answered just by watching these things. And it's not just my video, right? It's not just my live stream. It's not just what I put on my website, my 𝗷𝗫𝗄𝗏 channel, on my member app, my mobile app, whatever. It's more about what people are putting out there. And I know a lot of people like the really short things. Oh, here's a reading. Here's a message. Okay, it's only like 10 minutes long, 6 minutes long. That stuff isn't necessarily going to give you the hope, the guidance, the inspiration that you really need. It's like that 𝗨 quote that I've often said, nature doesn't hurry, yet everything is accomplished. I wouldn't have gotten to this level of intellect, divine wisdom, if I wouldn't have been patient with myself and my growth, and really taking a slower pace to be able to connect with God and the higher realms in such a way that I'm able to deliver these types of messages. And a lot of people have to be patient with these things because they don't realize the gem in this, the prayer that they've been looking for, the answer is hidden, is embedded in something that they may perceive as too long, drawn out. I don't have time for this. You don't have time to receive guidance, wisdom, whatever, assistance, help, mentorship. That means you don't have time for God.
that means you are overlooking something that you've been seeking all along, and it's actually right in your face. But for some people, the timing issue is a problem. It's an obstacle, not a problem, really. It's a karmic pattern. I remember years ago, I had people that had left comments in my videos on the 𝗵𝗃 channel. Nobody has time to watch like an hour and a half reading. I don't have time for that. You should make them shorter. You know what I say to that? It's a double finger. And again, I'm not being a bitch when I'm doing that. Archangel Michael had me do that only because this is like, you don't run my channel. If you don't have the patience, if you can't sit there and get the message that you really need to hear, you just missed out on a blessing. You just missed out on your answer. You just missed out on the answer to your prayer, whatever that is. And I used to get hung up on that. Because every time I tried, like this live, oh, maybe it's only gonna be 2 hours. Nope. I almost cut this live stream off several times. Because I'm like, okay, God, I gotta pee, or, you know, I want to get ready for bed, whatever. Because it is 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. But what's funny is God said, this is obedience, okay? I am the messenger. They utilize my vessel for their purpose. And it's interesting that I kept hearing, stay, stay, don't go yet, stay. And then Andrea comes in. Right before I was going to say, okay, I'm going to finish with the card and then close this out. And my guide said, nope. Because I had to wait for her to come in. That's also a test of patience for me. And a test of my, not just resilience, but my call of duty. Isn't the new Call of Duty coming out this week? Or in a few days? Anyway. They tend to come out in October. This is about my tests on me being of service to others. Even though I've been here since 10 o'clock. This is 5 hours long. Right? And I'm not getting paid for this. Okay? This is free guidance. I'm not getting paid for this. And I wanted to like, okay, God, I don't want to overdo it. I've been channeling a lot. God says, you need to wait. And I'm like, what? Okay, maybe there's other messages I need to get out. But it ended up being that God was waiting, indirectly telling me to wait because he knew when Andrea was going to come on here. And some other people too. Because I know there's probably some other people watching this and they're not in the chat and they're just listening in, which is fine. I used to do that too a long time ago when live streams would come up. But again, it's about obedience. And it's funny because Andrea said in the chat that you had been waiting for me to come back on here. But I had to take a hiatus because that God was teaching me something too. And I'm telling you, it was fucking confusing as all fucking hell. When he said, I need you to go back to doing lives on YouTube. Like, whoa, God, you told me to get off of that shit. I know I did. And I'm like, but God, I don't have live streams on my 𝗷𝗃 channel. He goes, I know. Go back to your 𝗵𝗃 one. I'm like, what? Why? It makes no sense. I'm getting it now. A lot faster than what I would have years ago. And I'm utilizing this old channel
that it's funny because I was debating on whether to close this channel down for good, shut it down. And God said, no, keep it up. I said, that's a good idea, God,
because my videos are supposed to be timeless, even though a lot of videos have timestamps, like dates and months and stuff.
but they're essentially timeless. He said, keep them up because people are going to start running into them or replay something. Just leave it. I said, okay, that's fine. So now I know why I had to leave it up,
Because God's like, you still have live stream features here.
I need you to go back to that. But utilizing this to kind of draw people back to my higher vibrational channel, to my new website, to my new mobile app. I remember I have some of my older students who've been through me from my 𝗘𝗵𝗄𝗧 days, who said when I launched my website a couple of months ago, as soon as they like clicked on it, they felt this massive surge of energy. Like, I didn't get that from your last stuff, right? So that was a huge indicator to me that my new stuff, what I've built now, is way more powerful than what I built before, because I've ascended so rapidly in such a short period of time. But there's a reason for that, because what I'm about to prepare myself for. Okay, so well, Andrea,
Let's not worry about that.
okay. So what's going to help? That's why I said you sign up for the newsletter.
There's going to be some help there.
And with the mobile app, there's going to be more help there. Okay. So don't worry about like personal reading stuff. I understand your situation. Okay. But you're taking action. Okay. You're going to get, I'm telling you,
You're going to get some help, some assistance.
just by signing up. Okay. Because that's why my thumbnail said you don't need a damn reading, right? When you're able to and you feel drawn, if that comes to pass for you, and you feel like you need a reading from me personally, then go ahead and do it. That's great. But don't worry about not
Being able to do that right
now, because what you're signing up for, and again, when you go to that, when you're part of the family in the mobile app, that stuff alone is going to help you, right? And you're going to have other people in the community, in the family, to help you along too. It's not just going to be me. We're a family, right? It's the collective. We're supposed to help each other. So yeah, but you will try through your faith, right? If that's what God wants for you, then by all means. All right? But I'm glad you came back around. This is wonderful. So I know Jason already went to sleep because he told me earlier he had to go,
which is okay because he told me what he was doing.
but this is why when God said,
Give free readings out to people who sign up for the
newsletter, and it's like, God, you wanted me to stop doing free readings for free people, but again, there's a purpose. And Jason confirmed, yes, there's a purpose. And now I'm seeing, even more of a purpose in going back to this, my old channel, to do the live streams, to have people come back to it, to provide further assistance, right? But again, it's as simple as, again, signing up for the newsletter, not just to get the free reading, I get that, but it's more of what they're going to get out of the newsletter, and more so to bring them to the app, to connect with other amazing people on my app, and to get additional inspiration, guidance. I put funny stuff on my mobile app. I give
other words of encouragement, and it's for free.
Okay? Some of the stuff on my mobile
App is for free.
The other stuff is not, because I ask my guides what's free, what's not, type of thing, right? I can't do everything for free. I used to do that way too much, and it backfired on me. So I'm not making that mistake again. I got to find a balance, right? The balance with that Knight of Cups, head-heart balance. It's like, okay, again, I'm a business person too. All right? I'm a business person too. So if you, Andrea, and this goes for everybody else, you are active, you're participating in the community chats on my app, or reading the announcements, or reading the newsletter, because I've got to start preparing the newsletter for November. I'm going to try to do one for Halloween because it's coming up, but hopefully I can get to that. If you're engaging in those things and those are helping you, but again, you're going to have to take action on certain things when you're guided to in the mobile app, in the newsletter. That's going to be worth value to you to help you through whatever, through your trials and tribulations. Trials and tribulations. So, yeah. That's what I'm getting. Anyway, I'm going to explode. All right. So, I pray that this was helpful for everyone. It sounds a lot like it was. So it looks like I'm going to be making this a thing every Saturday night. Again, if you're part of my mobile app, you will get a heads up when I'm coming live, so that you can plan, prepare, whatever, or come with whatever it is you need. So, thank you for those of you who are still here. For those of you who weren't part of the live, thank you for watching it. But as I was saying minutes ago, I would really, 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 really appreciate it a millionfold if everybody here would try to send this to at least like 5 people, 10 people, even 1 person. Okay? Somebody you know needs to hear it. Don't be afraid of sending this. Okay? Because some of you may be fearful of that. I would rather have these messages go out to more people than anything else. I'm not going to be asking to, again, I'm not asking to subscribe to Capella Wellness because that's not me anymore. Do follow my other channel, right? Or at least watch the videos on my other channel. That's another thing. Or share those videos that are on my other channel. That'd be great. This is more of getting the word out there, but it's more of true divine truth. The stuff that people need to hear, not what they want. And again, I only pulled 1 card and I channeled the shit out of that because that's what I do. I don't need anything else. I don't need confirmations. I don't need 15 fucking cards to deliver a message. I'm way past that. Right? So, it's funny because I was expecting to do tarot, but they told me to do it anyway. But again, I listened. People need to be paying more attention to the words, the messages, than the cards themselves, right? Yes, there's other stuff that you can get from the visualization, the images, the cards, but it's the message that's kind of going over people's heads. Okay, I really gotta go. All right, so those of you who, again, my Halloween party is Wednesday. The monthly group live stream for my members will be the week after that. I don't know what date that is. And there's some other stuff too, I just can't remember. But anyway, if you're signed up for the mobile app, you'll get the announcements. You'll know, you'll pick up on, you'll get some other stuff from me. But I'll just continue to do these on Saturday nights every week, or as long as I'm guided to do them. All right? So I pray that everyone has a wonderful rest of your weekend. Sleep well. And lastly, don't lose hope. I know it's hard, because I'm in this with you, okay? Right? A couple days ago, losing hope. I'm feeling other people losing hope, whatever. But just tell yourself, ask God to renew your faith. okay? To bolster it, to strengthen it, to help you, give you the energy, the courage, the strength to keep moving forward, to keep going. That's all you got to ask him for, and he will do it like that, okay? Because there's always something bigger in all of this. But again, follow your heart and keep the hope alive, type of thing, okay? All right, guys. Go drain the main vein. Thank you for that, Eric. You're going to make it worse. Anyway. All right, everybody. Good night. Godspeed. Your love to me. That's Unchained Melody. Wow, dude. The Righteous Brothers? Alrighty. We're getting that again. Or I'm getting that again. That's for me, I think, or for somebody else. Yeah, enjoy your football Sunday if you watch football. I won't see you for Halloween, but if I do send out a Halloween newsletter, you will get something from me. But whatever it is you're doing for Halloween, again, my Halloween party is Wednesday, so some of you, I will see you Wednesday. My virtual Halloween party. Have a wonderful Halloween. Be safe. Have fun. Enjoy yourself, okay? If you don't celebrate it, that's fine. No judgment. But if you do, or if you haven't in a while, go have fun with it. Or have like a horror movie fest or whatever it is. Just, if you celebrate that, just go have fun. Okay? All right. I love you guys with the love of Christ. And God willing, I will see you either Wednesday or next Saturday night. Good night, everybody. Bye.